Too often, I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. Again, barefaced lies. Too often, I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. Again.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Because we want where it's all gonna end, yeah. If you think we never wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shoot and hold, overthrown, postal road, barefaced lies.
Barefaced lies. Barefaced lies.
Hey Sean, you got a party? Got that little party going on there. Keep to the left, you can't think right, so everything you do goes wrong, yeah. Incompetence just leads to disaster. Corruption brings it on even faster. What you say?
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Because we want where it's all gonna end, yeah. If you think we never wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit and hold, overthrown, postal road, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Because we want where it's all gonna end, yeah. If you think we never wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit and hold, overthrown, postal road, barefaced lies.
Barefaced lies. Barefaced lies.
Comrades, you always told us you'd build us all a new Jerusalem, yeah. You talk the talk, but when you walk, you only leave a crooked line there. And you don't see the trouble that's brewing, if all you do is just what you're doing.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you want where it's all gonna end, yeah. Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit and hold, overthrown, postal road, barefaced lies.
Is this where you wanna be? Debt and childhood poverty. Want somebody set us free from this corrupt kleptocracy. Oh yeah.
Barefaced lies.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you want where it's all gonna end, yeah. Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit and hold, overthrown, postal road, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you want where it's all gonna end, yeah. Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit and hold, overthrown, postal road, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you want where it's all gonna end, yeah. Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit and hold, overthrown, postal road, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you want where it's all gonna end, yeah. Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise.
Do not fear them. Do not fear any of them. On the 20th of November 2003, James Ignatius O'Rourke McMahon was elected councillor for the Failsworth East Ward of Oldham. Deeply ambitious, he ruthlessly rose to power, and by 2011 he was already leader of the council. In 2015, exploiting a Labour Party loophole, he became MP for Oldham West and Royton. If only the people of the town knew then what they now know. Do not fear them. Do not fear any of them.
Very, very good afternoon, Monday the 16th of June 2025. My name is Ryan Jeremiah. This is a Recusant 9 transmission Monday afternoon. We are going to try and do an update really of where we're up to prior to Baroness Casey's report coming out. I think I saw, see, this works, that makes my life easier. There you go, that works. I think I saw, yes, I have been playing around and working and trying to tidy things up. Not sure what's happened there. Well, I'll get it straight. No, I can't get it straight. That's just my OCD, I think, rather than anything else. No, ignore me. So I am going to give you an update. I think before the Baroness Casey report comes out, someone asked earlier, I think on the chat, it was Terry, how can we get hold of the report? Terry, the 200-page report will be published after, immediately after Yvette Cooper issues a statement in Parliament this afternoon. So that is what is planned in terms of what is planned to take place. So that's where we're up to. That's when the report will be published, and I am pleased, Irene, that you've been watching GB News with Maggie Oliver, Charlie Peters, I think two of the survivors. I saw Charlie put a lovely photograph up earlier of two of the survivors and Maggie Oliver. So I think their plan is to do some sort of running commentary of what people's initial responses are to the report. My own view and opinion is it's TV, isn't it? It's fine. It's not really something you should be asking survivors. They're not going to be able to condense a 200-page report and give their reactions within minutes of it being published. But TV is TV. So that is what we're up to. Good afternoon. Some latecomers, Kev. Good afternoon. Oh, and you're back. I thought you were gone with your headphones or not got your headphones. And thank you for just becoming a member. And don't worry. And don't worry about that whatsoever. If you're trying to give me a donation, it doesn't work. Don't worry. We've got this far off next to nothing. So what we've got is we'll get by. My plea, I think last night to people was to please subscribe to Red Wall and Rabble, even if you subscribe for free. We need 10,000 members. I've done the number crunching as to what the tipping point is, what we need to see this inquiry through to the other end, and to campaign the way we have been campaigning, and to remain as influential as we have. In Oldham, we did it with just under 500 members nationwide, with a national inquiry, with areas all across the country. The reality is we need 10,000 people following the work. That doesn't mean 10,000 paid people, although that would change my life overnight now. It just means 10,000 people. So if you're new to me, and if you're here, please, thank you. From Australia, thank you. Listening as always. Good afternoon indeed. I'm having a good day, I think. I was with my friend Sonia Poulton. She phones me up, messages me regularly. She's a decent woman. And She asked if I'd come on Monday morning. I said, of course I would, Sonia. I like her. She stood by me when things were very, very difficult. So I think by now you've worked out I'm a loyal sort of person. You know, if you're loyal with me, I will stand by you. So you can. I'm on LinkedIn. I don't enjoy it. It's just every time I go on it, I get 100 messages from people wanting to sell me the latest management course. So yeah, so that's if I couldn't smile, where would I be, Raquel? I mean, I wake up, every day's a blessing, Raquel, is how I got through this. Every day is a blessing, is where I was up to in the end. And I'm not sure what this camera, I think it's the camera. It's all right. I've not set this scene up properly, so the camera's, I'm squaring it, but the scene isn't square. No, I'm not strained at all. And if I appeared in any way tense or tired yesterday, it's because it's overwhelming, isn't it? I mean, you can take it two ways. You can take this two ways. You can say Raja Mir is a trouble-causing nobody that no one's ever heard of, and this public inquiry has been announced off the back of the work of Tommy Robinson or Maggie Oliver or GB News or whoever. Or you can look at it and say, actually, this issue was absolutely nowhere until Raja Mir picked up on it 6 years ago, politically campaigned in his hometown in Oldham. Took him 6 years with the rabble, as we call them, the rabble, to remove councillors year after year after year, replace them with other councillors, deal with all the backstabbing and double dealing at the same time, being dragged through every court under false allegations, being followed home by Pakistani gangsters, fatwa over my head from Islamists. And we took a motion to the council that forced them to write a letter to the Home Secretary. The Home Secretary, via Jess Phillips, responded and said no. And that letter was published on New Year's Day, and that triggered this. And then we've been at the forefront of it again ever since, which has helped get us this far. You can either be on that school of thought and say, actually, whoever else has helped and get this here, you, me, this small team, played our part. Or you can be of the school of thought, Maggie Oliver, Tommy Robinson, whoever else. And I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine with either. I'm absolutely fine with either. Good afternoon. So, and my friend Evan is here. Evan is a star. He, on a Sunday night when our numbers were very low, he'd always come along, I think a bottle of wine. Every now and then he'll send me a message to say, Raji, is it going to be a long one? And not because he wants it to be short. It just means he'd have 2 bottles of wine prepped for himself rather than a bottle of wine. So, and he sends me lovely messages when I'm away with my daughter. And every now and then sorry, Evan, I'm going to embarrass you. You send me the odd bit of money that helps me take her out for lunch and tea and stuff. So thank you so much, Evan. It's the kindness of people like this that has got us here, and for us to be overlooked and ignored and somehow cast aside, it doesn't matter. We've got it here. We've got it here. And of course, someone asked me the question, will it be a cover-up? Of course it will be a cover-up. Of course they will attempt to cover it up again. Of course. So what? Do you think we'll let them? No, we won't let them. And we're already winning. We're already winning. Yeah, Sonia and I get on. I mean, maybe one day I'll make the telly. Maybe one day I'll make the telly. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you so much. It's a lovely photograph, by the way. Hi, Katie. Andy Burnham style? Yeah, Andy Burnham style. Jump on that bandwagon. Let me show you something. I want to start by showing you something. And if anything happens in Parliament whilst we're chatting, I'll bring it up. But I think my intention isn't to run for 3 hours or so. It's probably about an hour or so. I want to run through stuff and show you where we're up to and what we've achieved so far. What we've achieved so far. Thank you, Maxine. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Means a lot. Lisa, I had mine snivelling all weekend, and yesterday I started to, lose my taste and stuff. I'm thinking, oh God, she's passed it on to me, but I'm okay. I'm all right. And she looked at me, has, all chirpy. It wasn't me. No, but she's okay. You're not late. We're just chatting away. Just chatting away. Is that your name, Leaf? Nice. Have you told your wife, the management, David, that you're watching me whilst you're on holiday? Vimto does Indio cure everything. And I'm blessed, is how I see it. I am absolutely blessed, as how I see it, Shelley. In the end, my life got far more simpler when I realised that whichever God you believe in, and even if you don't, however you believe in a higher power, in the end I got to a place where I'd gone through everything I had, I'd endured everything I had, and I'd been put in the place I had to be the difference I needed to be. And look, they're not going to take that away from me. Never. They can't rewrite history in my head. And I'm at peace. I'm at peace with that. It will be. They'll be ready to manipulate it. And what they're going to do, Katie, and I'll precursor this. So Casey's come up with a whole host of recommendations. I'm hearing 12. So let's see what the 12 is and what the small print is. And I won't be able to make sense of it properly. I can respond to the comments, but as you all know, those of you who follow my work, I go and read everything. So I will read the 200 pages or more, cross-reference it, all of that, and then I'll come back and make sense of it with you. I can't do it tomorrow early doors, might do it in the afternoon or the evening, because I'm with one of Rupert Lowe's team tomorrow, because I promised I'd help them make sense of it first, which is what I think needs to happen, seeing as though I'm part of his inquiry team, and I worry I don't do enough, if I'm honest with you. I worried I don't do enough for them. I'm not sure whether they are still finding their feet and unsure of what they can ask of me, or whether I'm not pulling my weight. So I'm looking forward to meeting one of his team tomorrow, and they've changed their mind. They're coming up to see me in Manchester, so that's very, very kind of them. And I look at this, I know, and you need to understand how much of a difference we've already made. How much of a difference we've already made. Let me show you. This is the BBC. Came out Sunday night. Grooming gangs review to be published. Ignore that for now. Ahead of its publication, the Home Office. This is the bit I want you to see. Let me bring this up so you can see it. The Home Office has also said a nationwide policing operation to bring to justice gang members will be led by the National Crime Agency. So now, the National Crime Agency via the Home Office are admitting that these are sophisticated criminal operations. And it needs the national NCA to go after the gang members. No one was describing them in this way before we came along. I used the word cartels, remember? The cartels, the Pakistani cartels. Now is the admission from the Home Office and the National Crime Agency that they're going to, they've set up a task force to go after the grooming gang members. Sarah Champion, Labour MP for Rotherham, told the BBC there was an intense frustration that there were still victims and survivors who haven't seen justice. She said there were people who, if not held to a criminal standard, should be held to a professional standard for their negligence in protecting these children. Speaking on BBC Breakfast, Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp claimed there had been a deliberate cover-up by police, local authorities and the Crown Prosecution Service, and he wanted a national inquiry to result in misconduct in public office prosecutions. Gary, are you listening to this? That's my friend Gary Tarbuck. Here. Gary, are you listening? And sorry, Gary, I don't know why he's done that again. I fixed it. Honestly, I fixed it. There's something clearly with the way the screens are connected. Are you listening to this? Everything we have been saying, everything we've been campaigning for. David Nestor, are you here? Are you listening to this? The Shadow Home Secretary is now mimicking word for word what we've been saying. Well, he's been mimicking word for word for a while. Chris Philp, by the way, still won't acknowledge I exist, but that's fine. Sarah Champion, if not held to a criminal standard, should be held to a professional standard for their negligence in protecting these children. Julie, I bet he's not laughing now. I bet he's not laughing now. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper will address the Commons later as the Casey Review is published. In January, Cooper announced a 3-month audit into ethnicity data and the demographics of grooming gangs and their victims, as well as the cultural and societal drivers for this offending. Thank you. This is the bit I wanted to show you. Meanwhile, the Home Office said police had reopened more than 800 historic cases of child sexual abuse by groups since the Home Secretary asked them to review cases in January. I'm actually having a coffee right now, not a Vimto. 800. Who believes those 800 cases would have been reopened if we had not done what we did? 800 cases so far. Reopened. My friends, that is down to us. That is down to the refusal of ordinary people to surrender our children. We forced this. No one else did this. This is the Home Secretary and the police desperately trying to deflect away and say, look, we're doing this, we're doing this. Of course, all of this they're now doing is to try and say, isn't it? It's trying to get us to focus away from their roles in the cover-up. But it doesn't matter. If I knew that as a consequence of speaking out I would be part of helping 800 historic cases of child sex abuse be reopened. If I knew that at the time, I'd have said to you, do 10 times worse to me. Do 10 times worse to me. Because it would be a price worth paying. The NCA will work with police to give victims whose cases had not progressed and prevent further abuse. The vulnerable young girls who suffered unimaginable abuse at the hands of groups of adult men have now grown into brave women who are rightly demanding justice for what they went through when they were just children, Cooper said. Absolute bollocks, of course. They're not now demanding justice. They were always demanding justice. You have no idea of how wrong you are. Again, my friends who know me well will know that I can sniff a free meal anywhere. And when I can't sniff a free meal anywhere, I just rock up to any one of my friends' restaurants and smile, and I get fed. And that's been my life for some time. And to my daughter's bemusement at first, and now she's of an age where she's worked out the amazing benefits it is of just walking into random people's houses and smiling, and food appears, or going to some really nice restaurants like we did yesterday, not booking a table or anything, and smiling, and then we, you know, a cousin of mine goes and finds me a table, and she's sat there quite happily eating away whilst people are sat there waiting and wondering what's going on. So no, you couldn't be any further from the truth. I am the worst of cooks. So I'll see you soon, Darcy. And you can say all this crap all you want, mate. Every now and then people like you come along with this, you know, a one-man army cannot solve this, nor is there a political solution. Well, I'm afraid I am a political campaigner. I am one man, and we've got this far, and I am never going to accept or support violence on the streets. Never. So my position is very, very straightforward. We win this at the ballot box, and it's why every attempt to portray us as extremists has failed. It's one of the reasons we've got this far. Every attempt to portray us as extremists has failed, because when I've been arrested repeatedly and they say, well, you've done this, you've done that, I said, no, I'm very clear. Consistently, repeatedly. The solution is through democratic means, and we win this at the ballot box. We win this at the ballot box. You know what? See ya. I ain't got time. I just banned him, sorry. I ain't got time. Those sort of rabbit hole arguments with people. Not for me. Not for me whatsoever. There was some idiot earlier on. I shared something earlier on X and Facebook this morning, and some idiot said, oh, I'm making money out of it. And I've had the opportunity to provide my evidence, and I never have. Complete liar. Absolute, complete liar. Where would I submit my evidence? Would it be to the very Greater Manchester Mayor, whose team, whose police officers had fabricated evidence to try and have me prosecuted and imprisoned? Would it be to the newspapers that had falsely labelled me as far right and a racist? Would I have gone to my MP, who is neck deep in the cover-up? No, I bypassed all of them and came straight to you. And that's why We are where we are. I'm sorry, Terry, I couldn't be bothered with him, mate, if that's alright with you. He was clearly promoting violence. I couldn't be bothered with him. The NCA will look at historical and current investigations aimed to imprison more perpetrators and improve how police forces investigate crimes. We now know the police forces were complicit in covering up the crimes, including protecting police officers who were members of the Pakistani rape clans. We know that to be true. We also know to be true there were police officers who also engaged in having dibs in raping the children and took kickbacks from the rape gangs. And if you come to Oldham, you'll know that the police work hand in fist with the Pakistani cartels. They work together. So, there you go. It will also aim to put an end to the culture of denial in local services and authorities about the prevalence of this crime, the Home Office said. So now it's not a far-right bandwagon, is it? It's not a small trumpet. It's not a dog whistle. No. And why are we here? It's because we've persevered. Despite carrying the baggage of all of those labels, we've persevered. And we forced this reckoning. Look at her. She's not a happy woman. Baroness Casey has recommended the government follow best practice law enforcement examples. Shouldn't the government be following anyway best practice law enforcement examples? In the NCA and in West Yorkshire Police, a Home Office source told the BBC. So there's something going on in Rotherham, I think, and Bradford. The Home Office said the national inquiry would be able to compel investigations into historic cases of grooming gang crimes, and it will have the power to call witnesses. All this time, Jess Phillips has stood up and said there is no need for this. There is no need for this. I banned him, mate. I ain't got time. I ain't got time. There's far too much important stuff going on. You need to understand. I was at one point, legal proceedings were issued against me by a councillor who'd hired Johnny Depp's lawyers. I'm not joking. A Labour Party politician had gone and hired Johnny Depp's lawyers. And in an attempt to have me prosecuted, silenced, lose my home, all of that, they used in the evidence trail comments that people had made whilst I was being very careful with the words I was using. So these comments you're seeing now, they'd use some of these comments to try and say I'd meant something I hadn't meant at all. I know the police have done likewise. We're trying to get me for inciting violence or something, or racially aggravated public order offence or whatever. So I'm very careful in the words I use. I encourage free speech amongst all of you, but I will not cross that line of inciting violence or hatred or any of that. It's easy to do it behind a keyboard and a fake profile. Do it like I do it. And then, even if I disagree with you, at least I'll admit you've got some courage. So, how do we contribute to ensuring the inquiry does not become a cover-up of the cover-up? Actually, it's a cover-up of the cover-up of the cover-up. If you keep following the sequences of cover-ups, we're about 4 or 5 iterations down. Hi, Arian. How are you? So, we do it by understanding and accepting that they will attempt a cover-up. The starting point with what they're releasing today is not justice. It is to protect themselves. And what we must do is remain focused on our aim and what we hope to achieve by the end of this. And then we need to keep the pressure on. And we need to work with political parties, whether it's the Conservatives or Reform, and whatever anyone thinks, and I'm not a member of either party, they are the only show in town. And they've been pressuring, the Conservatives in particular have been pressuring. Inside Parliament, they're going to force a vote on Wednesday. You've seen Chris Philp mirror almost anything and everything I've been saying now for the last month or so. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And we will hold them to account, because I will read all 200 pages. I've now got people working with me. I've got a rape gang inquiry team led by Rupert Lowe and £600,000 of your money. We are going to run rings round them. We've got a Conservative Shadow Home Secretary, a Conservative Party leader, desperate to make amends. We're going to run rings around them. And I'm clear. What the public inquiry has to do, what the national inquiry has to do, is uncover the truth. Because that's what national inquiries are meant to do. They're meant to go after the truth. And this is the truth. These were racially motivated crimes and religiously justified. There is a racial dynamic to what took place, and that means we have to address that racial dynamic. We have to go after that cancer that infests the Pakistani culture in this country. They might be able to get away with it in Pakistan now. I'm not happy with it, but I have no interest in Pakistan. But this isn't Pakistan, this is the United Kingdom. And our laws is what dictates what happens here. It isn't some nutcases, some bearded nutcases interpretation of the Sharia and how he can have 4 wives, slap his wives if they don't like what he's got to say, marry his daughter off at 9, and rape doesn't exist. That's not what the world we live in. Now, I can't do anything about the injustices in Pakistan, but I can speak out against some sort of parallel legal system in the United Kingdom. Now, we must attack the prehistoric attitudes towards women in that culture. There must be no space for it, and Case's report needs to, the public inquiry needs to draw that out. It needs to accept that there is a massive class prejudice in this country, where the fake liberal metropolitan elite hold the white working classes in contempt. People talk about anti-racism. I talk about anti-class prejudice as well. The white working classes are held in complete contempt. We've then got to look at those who fail these children in terms of the frontline staff, and root and branch review every system, every process, every attitude to make sure that's been purged. And then we've got to hold to account those politicians and police officers who were involved in the cover-up. They can't refuse anything, Ria. That means they can't refuse anything. One of the reasons we pursued a public inquiry rather than these local inquiries was because we knew that as long as it remained a local inquiry, it was up to those being investigated to decide whether or not they would give testimony. But more importantly, it was up to those who were being investigated to decide what documents they would reveal and release. That's wrong. So that's why we are where we are. So of course they will try and cover it up. And they will try and hide behind the victims, because that's what cowards do. And they'll say, oh, the victims want this, the victims want us to go after the perpetrators, all of our efforts must go in that direction. No. A government is capable of doing more than one thing at once. A government is more than capable of doing more than one thing at once. Let me see if I can bring something up. Have I? I know I uploaded it. It's whether I've shared it on here. I'm sure it'll come up at some point. Just give me 1 second. I'll check. No, of course not. Apple decided to decide when it would be syncing for optimum system performance. Not sure what that means, but let that sync up. And if I don't do it now, I'll do it later. I know Sean. If it's the same Sean we're on about, he's had me on. I think they've all tried, but we just don't get the numbers, Katie. We don't get the numbers. And I agree. Now, Irene, don't fall into this trap. Please, deport them to Pakistan. Ben Habib said Pakistan would take their criminals. What planet are you on, Irene? These people aren't being convicted. They're not even being arrested. Forget the deportation bit first. First of all, we've got to go after arresting them. They're politically protected. The deporting them to Pakistan is a lazy argument made by Ben Habib. And Ben's an intelligent man, but this is absolute laziness. You've got to arrest them first. They've been protected. The evidence repeatedly shows they've been protected. And the only time they've been going to Pakistan, Irene, is to run away to Pakistan and evade arrest. So please, don't fall into that nonsense, because then they'll just brand you a racist as well. It's very easy. Deport them to Pakistan. Before we talk about deporting them, we've got to arrest them. And at the same time, who's responsible, Irene? Alongside those who commit those crimes, surely, the police and social workers who refuse to intervene are culpable, and the politicians who covered it up are complicit, and those who partnered with the rape gang so they'd benefit, well, they're partners in the abuse. We need to remain broad, because the government will want you to narrow down and then play you in this prejudiced way. We need to make sure that all areas are addressed in the public inquiry. Andy Burnham is being praised because the establishment need to reinvent the narrative because he's been lined up as the next Prime Minister, Katie. Andy Burnham is neck deep in the cover-up. His assurance reviews need to be investigated. So every investigation that was meant to investigate what took place needs to be investigated as part of the public inquiry, national inquiry, because that will demonstrate how Burnham and others are neck deep in the cover-up. Some Indian can say whatever the fuck he wants. I live in the United Kingdom, and some Indian law isn't what takes place here. The law that takes place here is the law we live by. And child abuse of any form is never legitimised or justified. Hope Not Hate can be funded by Soros or not, but it, you know, what's that point meant to be? I don't understand. What I'll tell you about Hope Not Hate is that as part of attempting to aid Oldham Council Jim McMahon in the cover-up, Hope Not Hate named me in the State of Hate report, I think in 2023 or 2022, 2023. They produce a report every year, and I was identified as one of the individuals that made the top 10 or whatever of the State of Hate. I took it as a badge of honour, if I'm honest with you. It was meant to upset me in any way. It didn't. What it did do that was when it does that, when they do that, it scares away mainstream people who occupy the mainstream sort of spaces from engaging with us. I'd prescribe them as a terrorist organisation, Carrie, is what I'd do. Yeah. Agreed. Agreed. Wow, I'm sorry. I think Sean on his own isn't going to make any difference. I'll get and give Sean a message by all means. I don't think it's going to make any difference. We've got the numbers who engage with us, Katie. They just don't support us. I'll leave you to decide why that is. And I think they're scared. I think the majority of people are scared. Yeah. Terry is from Oldham. The guy who ran away is from Oldham. Politicians have never gone to prison as a consequence of a public inquiry. That's the protection racket we're going to smash, Rim. I'm going to smash it because of this. There's a camera in front of me, there's a computer next to me, and there's an internet connection that works relatively well most of the time. So that's what we're going to do. Let me play this for you. I want to play this.
along with Zach Goldsmith and Tom Watson, we managed to get the government to commission the independent inquiry into child sex abuse. And it lasted for 7 years, cost nearly £200 million, came up with these 20 recommendations, which have sat in a drawer for a while. They're now starting to be used. So, yes, the thought of having another national inquiry filled me with horror, and I was reluctant. But then I started talking to people, realised the overwhelming public concern about this. And that's because there's a real sense that justice hasn't been handed out fairly. There's a real sense of cover up and just an intense frustration that there are still victims and survivors that haven't seen justice.
But
So
is this
it's
a
been
response
the
then
only
to
way.
what the public think, or are you saying there is actually cover up? The need for a national inquiry is because certain local councils, certain local police forces and others have been and are still covering it up?
I would say that there is, cover up's a strong word. I would use it, to be honest. I have an intense frustration that not the frontline staff, but sort of further up the management chain, there were people who were actively blocking reports. There are people who I think, if not held to a criminal standard, should be held to a professional standard for their negligence in protecting these children. And what I saw was those people that would have faced the most criticism have left, took early retirement, changed to a different job, and some of them are having very successful careers. And that's an intense frustration when, because of their negligence, they have let children continue to be exposed, exploited, and not secure justice. So I think that's a big part of what this inquiry needs to do.
So that is Sarah Champion, the MP for Rotherham, who voted against the public inquiry, remember, a couple of months ago. First came out, got sacked under Corbyn, then, you know, now reintroduced into the party, toes the line. My friend Sammy Woodhouse, you know, went for her over the weekend. Rotherham MP, Sammy Woodhouse, Rotherham survivor, so, you know, she's got every right to go for her. And what she's now forced, because they're all manoeuvring again. They want to be on the right side of history. Sarah Champion now wants to be on the right side of history again. What they're clearly saying, she's said, cover up is a strong word. Nervous laugh. I would use it. So that is Sarah Champion confirming the cover up. That is Sarah Champion confirming the cover up. Then she goes on to how some of these people have retired and moved on and done well for themselves. And of course, one of the individuals, whether she's admitting it or not, is the MP for Oldham, James Ignatius O'Rourke McMahon, who should be put on trial for misconduct in public office. As far as I'm concerned, he should be put on trial. It doesn't quite work like that. It doesn't surprise me if they try it, mate, but it doesn't quite work like that. And of course, if there's missing evidence, that just makes it worse. That just makes it worse. My daughter, Katie, is absolutely fine. When I spoke to her last night, I dropped her off with her mother yesterday, gave me a hug, and off she went. And I will now see her again, I think on Thursday is the plan. So I told her I'm working until Thursday. I explained to her over the weekend when I was crying on Sunday why I was crying. Remember when I told you Daddy had to go and help save children? Well, we're now in a place where we're closer to saving some children. And almost word for word, why would people want to harm children? Was her response. Why would people want to harm children? So, Yeah, my on her deathbed, my mother contacted, in her own way, got hold of all of my friends who are far more muscular than I am and who have had, let's say, colourful past lives. And one by one they went into her room. She had a small bedroom upstairs, deathbed. It was a deathbed. And she chatted to them, wouldn't have me in the room. And I spoke to them afterwards, and the conversation she had with every one of them was to take care of me and make sure nothing happened to her granddaughter. But, you know, we are where we are. We are where we are. And if you believe in heaven, if you believe in a higher power, this is where I was meant to be. So, that's one of the things I wanted to share with you. Here is another one I want to share with you. Give me 1 second. I'll put my headphones back on. Before I do that, please, there's 1,500 of you, been and gone, are still here at various phases, and very few likes. Please, at the very least, like the content at the very least. If you're here, please. It's not a massive ask, I don't think. And if you can, sign up to Redwall and the Rabble. We need 10,000 people. It's at a trickle. I can't win. We can't win without 10,000. I know this. I know this. We need 10,000. We're at just under 5,000. We're 4,500. We're in our numbers are. It's a trickle. It's not enough. And if we don't get them at the time we need them, they'll get away with it with the terms of reference and all the rest of it. And then we're playing catch up. We've got a chance here. It takes you 2 seconds to sign up. You don't even have to pay. It's set for free. All my work is free. Some days I break even, some days not so much. But we're here. We're still here. So please, redwallandtherabble.co.uk. Just take a moment. Go away and sign up. And if you can't, or if you have and you signed up for free because you don't know whether you're living from 1 month to next, 1 day to the next like I am, you can buy me a coffee. Either using that site, buymeacoffee.com/Recusant9. And you need to understand, they went to these sites to try and have me removed from them. PayPal.me/Recusant9. And if a public inquiry looks into what they did to me, it will evidence this. They went to these people, to these places to have me, to censor and silence me. Yeah, so please, hit the like button. And you must start sharing Redwall and the Rabble. Please. I think that. I'm increasingly thinking that. Let me just check if there's been any change on Parliament. Tell me, by the way, if any of you are following it on Parliament, if anything's come out yet. Number 10 says, yeah, let me show you, let me bring up the BBC thread on this and we'll talk about that. So this is the BBC, Fred. You've got to understand this is the state-sponsored media. This is the mouthpiece. And this organisation is complicit in the cover-up of the grooming and gang rape of children in Oldham. It's political reporter Kevin Fitzpatrick conspired with Jim McMahon to keep evidence hidden. It's a matter of fact. So before Jimmy Savile, before Hugh Edwards, these guys were already conspiring in my town. And I'm sorry, you're clearly new to me. Rupert Law launched his work he did in January after all of this came to light. All of this came to light as a consequence of 6.5 years of myself and a small team in Oldham. I had a conversation with Rupert Law straight away in January. He went away and launched his rape gang inquiry team, and I am a member of his team. And so there's no ambiguity. My work is 100% pro bono. I don't even claim expenses. I'm looking forward is the wrong term, but I'm interested in this. I'm genuinely interested in what she's found. I think I said it to Sonia this morning when I was on her show this morning, because clearly there's a new wave of rape gangs that are linked to the migrant crossings. I think that correlation has been identified, and we're about to find out. And I think that's one of the reasons why the government were worried that there would be disorder on the streets. If the evidence demonstrates that the asylum seekers who are coming over, that we know are bogus asylum seekers, the United Kingdom is not the same first safe refuge. They're coming here for completely different reasons, and many of them are men who are coming here as part of organised crime gangs. If it transpires that there's a new wave of the gang rape of our children committed by these men disproportionately, and tens of thousands of new children have been raped over the last couple of years, I think all the hell will break loose, and the government is trying to react and respond to managing that. Victim hopes report will mark turning point. A grooming victim from the Midlands, let me make this bigger, has told me she's worried about a national inquiry going on forever before there are any results. She says other inquiries have taken years to come to fruition, such as the COVID inquiry. It is helpful to victims like me who have waited so long for a government to take this issue seriously to now have to wait for an inquiry. I'm just not sure it's the right way to go. She says, well, this survivor, with the greatest of respect, has no idea of how government works or how our system works. Because if you waited for so many years and now you have to wait for an inquiry, actually you don't have to wait for an inquiry. The inquiry, and if I spoke to the survivor, I'd explain this to the survivor, the inquiry is to investigate what went wrong. It is not to determine whether a crime against her has been committed or not. You've just seen, I went through it earlier, 800 cold cases have now been reopened. If she is a survivor and something was done to her, then the police should reopen that case. It has got nothing to do with an inquiry. The inquiry is to investigate wrongdoing. What went wrong? What happened? It isn't to decide whether or not a child who was gang raped is believed, or the investigation now opens because of what was taking place to her. So Simia Kotcher, I don't know, senior UK correspondent, is one of those fake liberal metropolitan elite, I think, brown-faced, fit, you fit in, so you can, we'll have you as the face of what we do as a senior UK correspondent. She's full of shit. She urges the police to get on with finding the monsters and hopes today's report marks a turning point into how ministers tackle the problem. You see the contradictions. We don't need a national inquiry, it'll take too long. Local inquiries into grooming gangs. As we reported earlier, Downing Street says that local inquiries already announced are expected to become part of the national inquiry. Well, explain to me what the local inquiries are that have been already announced. Oh, look, early in 2025. So these local inquiries aren't anything to do with the Home Office's local inquiries, the Birmingham, Oldham, Oxfordshire, Rochdale, Rotherham and Telford. No, and I don't remember a 2019 inquiry. Do you, Gary? Do any of you remember a 2019 inquiry in Oldham? It'll be interesting to see how they quantify what the 2019 inquiry was. I remember the 22 inquiry was Andy Burnham's assurance review, the cover-up. Earlier in 2025, Home Secretary Yvette Cooper said funding would be provided for new local inquiries in Oldham and 4 other areas. That's a complete lie, because the funding in Oldham, we never asked for the Home Office for an inquiry. We said to the Home Office in the motion that we submitted was, if you don't support a national inquiry, then we'll do our own. It wasn't, we'll ask you to conduct an inquiry by your terms and references. And we don't agree, though, with our own, by the way. I don't agree with that. But that's a different fight. So she's lying. The inquiry in Oldham isn't a Home Office-led inquiry. In fact, if you remember, Tom Crowther, when he gave evidence at the Home Affairs Select Committee, confirmed he'd been named as the person who'd be overseeing this, so he contacted Oldham directly. This isn't a Home Office-led inquiry in Oldham at all. But the other 4 areas have yet to be named. So if she's saying Downing Street, I'm not sure what's happened. Oh, I've changed pages for some reason. If she's saying that, if the Home Office if Downing Street is saying that local inquiries already announced are expected to become part of the national inquiry, local inquiries already announced, the only one that's already been announced is Oldham. Where else has a local inquiry already been announced? Or am I missing something? Tell me if I'm missing something. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. Thank you, Liz. Leaf. Roy, as always, thank you so much. Roy comes along and he supports me. Thank you, Roy. One day I'm sure we'll meet, and I look forward to that. Around, I mean, £2. People think £2. You need to understand, if the 1,740 people have given me £2, that's more than I earn in a month with change and more change. So, thank you, Ryan. And Lindsay, wow, thank you so much. Thank you. Well, better late than never. How much have you missed? You've missed a lot, I think. You'll have to watch it back. So do you see? It's complete nonsense. They're trying to rewrite history here on a live feed here. And this is the BBC. This is how the BBC operates. It's the mouthpiece of government. Home Secretary to announce, and this was at 1:21, so just nearly an hour ago. If you're just joining us, we're waiting on the release of Baroness Casey's report into sexual abuse carried out by grooming gangs in England and Wales. The BBC understands that one of the 12 recommendations, so there's 12 recommendations, which will be accepted by government. So you can see they've already been chatting in the background to try and contain what's going on, is to order police forces in England to improve the collection of ethnicity data in child sexual abuse and exploitation cases. I mean, this is just ridiculous, isn't it? We're ordering you to collect ethnicity data. I'm ordering you to put your shoes on before you go outside. It's unbelievable. You needed Baroness Louise Casey and 6 months of a rapid audit. This government, the previous government, you needed someone to tell you you need to be recording the ethnicity of those people who are gang raping children. Our social affairs editor, Alison Holt, writes that it will be the detail of how the inquiry will work that will be key for survivors. Again, they're trying to nudge it down the route of survivors that they've manipulated or survivors that are clearly damaged, who don't understand any of this. This is not a survivor-led inquiry. This is a national inquiry that is meant to investigate the failings and the cover-up and the complicity of senior government ministers. It's not for Jade or Chantel or whoever was with Maggie Oliver earlier on GB News. And I'm sorry, girls. What happened to you is wrong. What happened to you afterwards is equally as wrong. But that doesn't mean you have an understanding of how government works, how the system plays out. And actually what they're doing is manipulating you. The release comes 2 days after Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced there would be a full national inquiry into the matter. The government dismissed calls for a national inquiry earlier this year. Well, actually, the government didn't just dismiss calls for a national inquiry, did they? Barbara Tashk, the Live page editor. The government called us far right. And this is why they hate me. Because, oh, Raji, you're never happy, you don't know how to play the game, when will it be enough? I want you to do the right thing. In a past life, in a past world, there'll be politicians and editors of newspapers doing what I do. I have become an expert on this, Jenny. I didn't start out an expert on this, and if you followed me, you'll know I talked about it first. But I didn't believe a lot of what I came across when I first came across it. There you go. Survivors will be centre of Casey's report. Casey wasn't asked to go and put survivors at the centre of her report. She was asked to go and do a specific task. Something I've been asked several times today is why Baroness Louise Casey changed her mind on the issue of a national inquiry when she was previously opposed to it. I think it's relevant to understand the timing of her process. She was originally tasked with delivering her audit within 3 months, and when that deadline came and went, questions started to be asked about the delay, but Casey held firm. This is Judith Moritis. Another, if I'm generalising, please forgive me, young woman who looks as though she would fit in where I come from, those nice coffee shops in Charlton selling vegan sandwiches. I understand that she felt it was vital to ensure the voices of survivors were at the centre of her work, and she took the extra time so that she could meet with a number of them. Oh, sorry, bullshit. She waited 3 months and then she met with people? No. To hear the testimony at first hand. Absolute bollocks. I'm not doubting she didn't meet with them. I'm doubting whether that was why a report was 3 months later. They couldn't contain it. They couldn't cover it up. I'm told it was an emotional but necessary experience. Get me the sick bag. and the views that she heard are likely to have coloured her approach to the report. What an interesting word, coloured. And the recommendations which she is making very possibly include the matter of a public inquiry. I'm waiting for the 200-page report. It's not been published yet. Once it has, the new inquiry will look at how young girls were failed so badly, Downing Street. The new national inquiry into grooming gangs will see more than 800 cold cases followed up by the National Crime Agency. Well done to every one of you. This would never have happened without every one of you. A Downing Street spokesperson says that local inquiries already announced are expected to become part of a national inquiry. Well, they can't. It doesn't work like that. They've got to be dropped. You can't pick up. Let me explain this to you. You can't pick up an already underway investigation and amalgamate it into a national inquiry, because what you're taking is dirty water. You're taking something that's already corrupted, already polluted. You can't. And if you do, then you're accepting facts on the ground that have already been tampered with. That is exactly what Rupert Lowe is doing, Steve. He's running his own inquiry at the same time, in parallel. I'm meeting with some of our team. I like saying that, our team. It's been a while since I've worked in such a way, but I'm meeting with members of my team, the Rupert Lowe inquiry team, tomorrow. A clan gathering. Maybe at 9 o'clock or so. It depends on the report and what we want to do with it. I think what I'll do is let the report come out. I'll read it in my own time, in my own way, and come back in the evening with the commentary of what people have had to say on the report, including Casey herself, no doubt, and the Home Secretary. So I'll do all of that again tonight, I think. They are snakes. They are indeed snakes. Now I want you to listen to something else whilst we're still here, aren't we? So we might as well. My lights are on, by the way, people. And what does that mean? That means, please, if you're finding value in my work, and there's just under 2,000 of you at this moment in time who've been and gone or are still here, if you're finding value, please consider buying me a coffee. It is here. And I've had 5 people support me with super chats. So I'll let you work the ratio out there. So this is the Red Wall and the Rabble webpage. And yeah, a trickle, 3 or 4 people. 3 or 4 people, including someone sending me a message saying I can't log on. I mean, I can't do anything about you not being able to log on. There's no barriers here. You've all found your way here. Yeah. Please buy me a coffee if you can. And thank you to the 5 people who've super chatted me. The work I do, what I do, is only possible with your support. I don't know what to say. I don't think it's a huge ask at all for £3 a month or £30 for the year. I don't think it's a huge ask for the value that you all clearly get from this and the risk that I take in doing it. Never mind the electricity bills that I keep ignoring. Let me play something else.
from the universities looked at an academic study by academics from the universities of, I think it was Sussex or Chichester and Reading, who looked at hundreds of offences, group-based sex offences, child sex offences, between 1997 and 2017, so a 20-year period covering the time when most of this was going on. This was mostly going on between the late 1990s and the early 2010s. And in that 20-year period, they found that 83% of the perpetrators charged with group-based child sex offences were of 83% were of Muslim background, and the vast majority of those of Pakistani background. So it was 83% across that 20-year period. So that is those are the figures I'm referring to, and I think that is more representative of the issue than those 2024 police figures, which really come after this scandal happened.
Okay, Chris.
So Chris Philp, Shadow Home Secretary, remember, he was a politician at the time. So he's quoting figures between 1997 and 2017 that demonstrate that 83%, and it's academic research, that 83% of those charged were Muslim and predominantly Pakistani, and what it doesn't say there. And then when you drill down, most of them also came from the Mirpur region of Pakistan. So it's completely disproportionate, isn't it? Of group-based child sexual exploitation, those charged. And remember, they don't keep, we know, because one of the recommendations is going to be about ethnicity data, we know that that number actually could be higher, because there have been many cases, is it 2/3 of cases they don't measure, they don't record ethnicity data, the police. Yet he's saying 83%. And of course, the irony, is irony the right word, how he's suddenly found this data when the Conservatives were in government for most of this period. So I'm just trying to find my mouse. I don't know if that's the case, and if it's been named this morning in the cover-up, then please direct me to it, and I'll bring up the story. But I've not seen that at all. And I've not seen those figures either, Aidan. I've not seen those figures either. Let me play something else. Another interview of his, I think I'd like to share with you.
Evidence came out from Oldham Council, and this testimony from people like John Peacock, that DCI I mentioned, that only came out about 2 months ago. You know, Keir Starmer should have responded quickly. He's the Prime Minister today. And when this was raised, I think it was in early January, at a press conference he was giving, he smeared people. He smeared campaigners as jumping on a far-right bandwagon. That's what he said, a far-right bandwagon. A few months later, the Leader of the Commons said it was, quotes, a dog whistle, even to raise the issue at all. Now, no Conservative ever spoke in those terms. It is, frankly, Keir Starmer should apologise for that disgraceful smear, calling it a far-right bandwagon. It is not a far-right bandwagon to stand up for girls aged as young as 10 who are being systematically abused, where that abuse was then deliberately covered up because the perpetrators were predominantly of Pakistani heritage. That is absolutely wrong. It's not a far-right bandwagon, and Keir Starmer should be apologising.
Of course, there's a couple of things I want to pick up. One is about Keir Starmer apologising. I couldn't care less if he apologised or not. Could you? I just want a fit-for-purpose public inquiry. And what's the point of someone apologising that we believe, many of us believe, is himself neck deep in the cover-up? Do anyone really believe he's going to stand up and apologise for calling the nation far right? And as for no Conservative spoke in that manner in terms of trumpets and dog whistle, The Conservative Prime Minister at the time, what's his name, Boris Johnson. I'm not sure if it was whilst he was Prime Minister, before he became Prime Minister. I think it was whilst he was Prime Minister. His exact words were spaffing money up the wall in terms of these historical inquiries into the gang rape of children. He believed it was a waste of money. He's on public record saying that. I've not, it's not something I'm making up. They held the white working class in complete contempt. And then, of course, he starts off his interview by making reference to Oldham Council and a man called John Pecos, DCI, the retired DCI. What Chris Philp, and none of them will admit, what the reason why they came across John Pecos was because I met with John, went through everything that happened to him, went to Charlie Peters and made sure Charlie Peters interviewed John. John will confirm that if you want. Like, so much of this behind the scenes is me risking my, well, I don't know about credibility, but I sat down with John, retired DCI from my town, looked into his eyes. The man was haunted. He needed redemption. And hopefully, as a consequence of him coming forward and testifying, he's found some peace. And of course, that testimony was, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, he was in Bradford on some form of undercover operation, witnessed what was taking place outside a children's home, and involving Pakistani men, or at least one Pakistani man. He was called into a meeting in Bradford Council, where a senior council official and a senior police officer were sat there and told him to leave it alone, or else they'll arrest him. So he got scared off and left it alone. On his way out, another senior police officer phoned him and told him, we've got a good thing going on here. Why would you want to ruin it? As in community relations. These little white girls and the gang rape of little white girls from care homes in Bradford was a price worth paying. So I sat with John multiple times. And now you've got the Shadow Home Secretary using it as first-hand evidence. If you're new to me, my name is Raja Mia. I've been at this for 6.5 years. I led the team, a very small team, who exposed the cover-up of the grooming and gang rape of children in my hometown of Oldham, and more significantly, the political nature of the cover-up involving some of the most senior politicians in this country. We forced our council to write to the government for a national inquiry. It took us over 5 years, during which time I was repeatedly arrested maliciously. Case after case against me collapsed. Pakistani gangsters followed me home, convicted in court. Multiple attempts to sue me, to silence me, including the Labour Party itself, sending lawyers after me to sue me. I held firm throughout all of this. At one point I was barricading my front door and sleeping with a knife under my pillow, because that is how bad it had got. Greater Manchester Police, Andy Burnham's Greater Manchester Police, having failed to arrest, to convict me, had been convicted on fabricated evidence, which would never have made it to court without the complicity of the CPS. When they failed with that, they openly endorsed and supported Pakistani gangsters and Islamists to come after me. They published photographs of my home address, details of where my daughter went to school, attacked my sister's car, tampered with her car so that she'd have a car crash. And of course I was also carjacked, and when the police recovered my car, all they'd taken was my house keys and my daughter's crocodile lunchbox. I'll take to my grave her screams whilst we're being carjacked. Andy Burnham and his police force are complicit in what's took place. That man should be in prison. He might be the Greater Manchester Mayor, but he should be in prison because he has attempted to facilitate a cover-up. And of course I was just an inconvenience in that. Thank you so much. So we are where we are today. We're waiting for Baroness Casey to release a report, in part because of the campaigning that a small group of us from my hometown in Oldham have been involved in. It's in there, right? It's in there. 100% in there. Thank you. Thank you for joining up. And it's about faith, isn't it, Jenny? I think in the end it's about faith. And I'm blessed. I'm here still, and we've got this far. And I was meant to be the person in the place who was meant to be doing this. That's how I see it. And yes, those of you ask, I am continued to be blacklisted by the mainstream media. You're here. You're listening to me. You can decide for yourself. Is this man a nutcase? There's an interview with Sonia Poulton that I've recorded. I'll play for you. Just it's 15 minutes long or so you can listen to it whilst we're waiting for what to come out. I think it's any minute now, hopefully. I'm not sure what time it's due. Let's see what time Commons hits. Yeah, I see it like that, Chris. Yeah, they won't. They won't. You should ask them. Ask them. Ask them. Ask them why they won't. They won't tell me why they won't. Apparently, it was no longer newsworthy. Is the news had moved on? Is what the GB News lead sort of research guy told me when he phoned me to cancel. So I think 2:33 is the House of Commons about now, but I'm not sure if it'll start straight away. If it does, we'll go across. But what I want to do is play an interview for you to listen to. Those of you who are here, Sonia Poulton is one of the few who will have me on, and she's, she runs her own thing, doesn't she? If you ask me, Rian, I would say the Labour Party or the government have contacted every mainstream news outlet to say that I am blacklisted and I can't be on. Oh, they've written to him. The Labour Party ministers have written to him saying they'll sue him. So I think that's what's gone on. What do you think of the chat and me talking, by the way? I spent this morning setting this up. I think it works all right, does it? I'd love to get on Joe Rogan. I would absolutely love to hit the American circuit because it'll blow up. It'll absolutely blow up. I didn't hear. You'll have to point me in the right direction. Thank you, boss. I'm not sure I like that word at the moment, Terry, because what was he called? He knew himself in, the Rochdale grooming guy, the latest one. The guy in charge was known as Boss Man. I've not removed anything, Darcy, so I have no idea what 2C is or isn't. I don't remove anything, as you can see. If it's removed, if anything removes, if any of you posted something, it's removed. There's automatic filters that YouTube uses. It's got absolutely nothing to do with me. I'll catch you later. If you're finding value, please consider buying me a coffee, all of that. But most importantly, sign up to Redwall and Arable, even if you sign up for free. We need to get our numbers to 10,000 so we can hold this national inquiry to scrutiny. I will analyse the content. I will do all the work that I do that has helped get us to where we are. And as Mike expressed, I think that's it, isn't it? I can get through the small print and pull out what you need to worry about. But then I need to be able to communicate that, counter the mainstream narrative, inform and influence a whole host of politicians, newspaper journalists who convey with me privately, but I need to, and for that to do that, I need numbers. We did it with 500 in Oldham. We need 10,000. We need 10,000. And for my friends who ask me what our numbers are up to, I'll tell you now. It's a trickle. It brings me to tears every time I look at it. 4,535 now. 4,535. And since the news broke on the weekend, was it the 14th, the 15th? Yesterday morning, 15th. 30 people. It's pitiful. It's just not going to get us there. 30 people. And that's free. 30 people. So you tell me what's stopping you. Tell me what's stopping you. Clicking on that and signing up to that. What's stopping you? Yeah, I don't have a moderator, I'm afraid, and I won't have one. I won't do any of that. This is just me. So if you're gonna have to re-say whatever you want to say in a better way. No, I've been on with 2C early in January. Maya 2C made time for me and then had me on since. I don't think he, and I have nothing against the guy. Nothing against the guy. I think he does admirable work. I've messaged him a few times to say well done and stuff. I think he got engaged not long ago. It's difficult for people who have a certain perspective on the world to deal with someone such as myself, because I'm very clear. I'm a Muslim, all of that. So it doesn't fit the narrative, I think. So that's what we're up to, I think, with that. And that's maybe I've gauged it wrong, but that's my take on it. Blackburn is worse than Oldham. Mate, Steve, so you're clear. The former leader of Oldham, the former chief executive of Oldham Council is a man called Harry Cafferel. He's now the chief executive of Tameside. He was awarded an MBE yesterday for his services, neck deep in the cover-up of the grooming gangs, and he came to us from Blackburn as a fixer because he'd fixed things in Blackburn. You have Pakistani rape clans in Blackburn. 100%. I went to Lancashire County Council. It's now run by Reform. I went and met with their senior team last week, and we are working with them to try and expose what's going on. Okay, let's find this. Well, thank you for joining, Gary.
America into the conflict, but we'll be discussing that shortly. And I just want to make this comment before I bring in our first guest, and that is on Friday, in a long-running saga that the British courts are now getting used to, 7 more men, largely of Pakistani origin, were found guilty of sexually exploiting 2 teenage girls who were repeatedly raped and assaulted in Rochdale, North England for 5 years. The victims, known as Girls A and Girl B, were groomed from the age of 13 and treated as sex slaves. Girl A told the jury she could have been targeted by more than 200 men, while Girl B said social workers had regarded her as a prostitute from the age of 10. I struggle to get my head around this kind of information. The prosecution said the girls were children passed around for sex, abused, degraded, and then discarded, adding they became sex slaves. All men were prosecuted as part of Operation Lytton, an ongoing investigation by the force into child sexual exploitation in the town. A total of 32 offenders have been convicted so far as part of the inquiry, along with an earlier investigation called Operation Doublet into child sexual exploitation. 5 more trials are scheduled to take part from September. And curiously, the following day, apparently not related to this, PM Keir Starmer did the mother of all U-turns when he announced that the UK would be having a grooming gang inquiry. After all, despite saying we wouldn't, and despite demonising people who said that there was an issue. A new report set to be released was said to be the deciding factor. We're going to be now joined by campaigner Raja Mia to get his response to this. Good morning, Raja. How are you?
Good morning, Sonia. Overwhelmed, really.
Exactly. Tell me your first thoughts. What went through your mind? I know you were in tears on Saturday, weren't you?
I cried, Sonia. 6.5 years of my life here. And off the back of an old man who's now no longer with us, Warren Bates, former councillor, who put in front of me an Aldi bag with a dossier of evidence, compelling evidence. And we've been fighting relentlessly ever since, Sonia, repeatedly arrested, persecuted. And I understand, Sonia, because I am different to others that occupy this space. And it's not a criticism of others that occupy this space. It's just what I bring. I'm a political campaigner. You introduced me as a campaigner. That's what I am. I was trained by our government to campaign. So that's, and campaign against injustice. And this is the most significant injustice in yours and my lifetime, I think. The industrial scale grooming and abuse of 100,000 more children by how many men? You just shared the story of the latest trial. 7 men, seven men. 2 of them were from my hometown, Oldham. They hide this. They try and compartmentalize this, Sonia, to say we'll do local inquiries on one town and another. These men operated across towns, across counties. It's called county lines. The network were ran in parallel with the heroin trade across the country. They ferried children in taxis. Many of these men were taxi drivers. And the leader of this particular gang was known as Bossman.
He was.
And the children from the age of 10, Sonia, my daughter is now 10 years old.
Right.
I put her to bed on Saturday night from the age of 10. And they deemed these children as prostitutes. And our government allowed that. This Operation Lytton and this case that's come to fruition 20 years later, Sonia.
I know.
wasn't because of anything other than people like us sacrificing our lives and saying we cannot live in a country where this is allowed. And this government, Keir Starmer, knew what was going on. He knew what was going on because he was the director of public prosecutions as far back as 2012. So he can't say he didn't know what was going on. Case file after case file was put in front of him. So when he denied this public inquiry, when all hell broke loose in January after Elon Musk involved himself, when all hell broke loose, even though he knew the truth more than any other Labour politician, he knew the truth because of his past role, he stood up and accused us of jumping on a far-right bandwagon, Sonia.
I mean, it's egregious what's actually taken place. So he's saying that he's made this announcement as a consequence of the review and the report by Baroness Louise Casey, and he said he's taken her recommendations. And you made an excellent point on social media. You said every inquiry begins with a name. That name must leave no room for doubt. It should make clear from the outset exactly what is under investigation. No ambiguity, no disguises, no safe havens. What would you call this inquiry if it was down to you?
I'd call it the Pakistani rape gang inquiry, because that's what this is. This is an inquiry into the Pakistani rape gangs. It's not an inquiry into anything else. And you just had that horrific story about the young baby Preston. And I know I was listening to what you had to share. What is different in this case to the tragic, the horrible stuff that goes on, that we all know goes on, is that in this particular set of circumstances, when it came to the Pakistani rape gangs, there is a unique set of circumstances that sets them apart from anything else. And these include, and are not exclusive, Sonia, but they include that these were racially motivated crimes. They were religiously justified crimes. Our state shied away from intervening for fear of allegations of racism and prejudice. We refused to engage with the prejudices of a barbaric group of people who hid behind culture and faith. We didn't have the confidence to engage with that. And then ultimately, Sonia, when we knew what was going on, for fear of community relations, we covered it up, which allowed the children, the abuse of the children to continue for decades. And there are specific individuals involved in that. And then when campaigners like myself came along, the state set about deflecting, diverting, covering up what took place by implementing a series of reviews, assurance reviews, investigations. And we're all familiar with this now, Sonia. This isn't just here. I'm not a far-right conspiracy theorist. I'm not a conspiracy theorist of any form. The state mobilized its entire machinery to come after people like me, who was speaking out against this, expose this. There's no criminality in me or in my family. I don't come from that sort of background. I come from a background of public service, Sonia. 25 years of my life I've devoted to safeguarding children and protecting our communities from extremists. That is the world I came from. And I brought a set of skills, and we forced the Prime Minister. We have now forced the Prime Minister.
Right, let me interrupt there. So I think that's interesting. When you say that, do you think that the announcement of the rape gang inquiry that you're involved with, that Rupert Lowe, that is what forced the Prime Minister? I'm in no doubt.
The people of this country forced our leaders. Right? It wasn't just Rupert, it wasn't myself. And I'll mention these people's names. It wasn't Maggie Oliver, it wasn't Tommy Robinson. It was the people. It was the people of this country, because we are collectively outraged at the industrial scale grooming and gang rape of our nation's children and the subsequent cover-up that took place. You will not find me any person anywhere who is not outraged at that, Sonia. And we collectively forced this. The government is now fearful of the people. And in the leaked elements that came out from the Home Office over the weekend, they first of all attempted to cover this up, or attempted a cover-up. And they failed. They catastrophically failed. And part of that involving pushing back on Louise Casey to water down or amend or some last-minute changes to the report. All of that failed, Sonia, which is why on Sunday, on a plane, as he's heading out to G7, he announces this.
I mean, so here's the thing. A lot of people have been saying to me is that Starmer is in a lot of trouble because, and I'm going to quote a friend saying that Starmer has ridden to power on the back of the Muslim vote. He knows he will not get a second term. If he wants a life after politics, he better do something about it now. Do you feel that there has been a reluctance because the Labour Party know that they are compromised by what has taken place, Raja?
It's not that I feel, it is certainty, Sonia. And not only is it certainty, if this public inquiry is to have any teeth whatsoever, and if it's going to be in any way considered genuine, because the majority of people now who've now, we now secured this commitment, the majority of people are skeptical of another whitewash, because public inquiry after public inquiry after public inquiry in this country has been a whitewash that has protected the individuals that are responsible. This is, this again, it's not a conspiracy, this is a matter of fact. So what we've got to do here is make sure that this public inquiry has the courage to ask the right questions and investigate in a way where we deal with this matter once and for all. Because, Sonia, I always talk about the grooming gangs being a symptom of an underlying cancer. And the underlying cancer is, and I say this as a brown-faced Muslim man in front of you, the Labour Party have been hijacked by a group of Islamists, or on one side, or criminal cartels within the Labour Party who harvest the bloc vote, the bloc Muslim vote, using postal votes and the criminality associated with that. And they now control seats across the country. They control whole councils across the country. And if we don't deal with this underlying issue, we will risk losing our nation or parts of our nation. And I don't say this to scare you. I don't say this because I'm in any way I'm an extremist or anything. It's the world I see based upon the training that I received and the experiences that I have operating in the field in which I do.
I've got you. So look, one of the things that we definitely know about the Baroness Casey report is that it does make the link between illegal immigration, between this grooming. And there is a suggestion from some people that Starmer has only announced this, and I think you've just alluded to it to a degree as well. Starmer has only announced this really to kind of prevent some kind of civil war taking place in our country, because it feels like a powder keg at the moment. I feel that he has decided this is a problem. I'm going to have to tackle it. What do you think?
Casey's report is published today. Remember, it was a rapid audit. And
Yes.
really, the rapid audit was meant to just reassure the government that they were doing the right thing. But the Pandora's box has been opened. She's gone and looked at it. And even a civil servant of her skill set has been unable or unwilling, I think it's the latter, to play any part in this continuing cover-up. There is a massive issue here, and it overlaps. And I think when she makes reference to illegal immigrants or immigration, I think that is the new wave of grooming gangs. So the previous wave of grooming gangs was the Pakistani rape gangs that I make reference to, who are embedded in our culture. I think the stats that are coming out, and one of Casey's tasks was to go and deep dive the stats, is to see if there's a correlation here. And I think what she's found is worse. She's also found a correlation between the asylum seekers and those who are coming into this country and their overrepresentation in the gang rape of children.
This is really so significant. And Labour are still sneering. I noted that Rachel Reeves was on TV yesterday morning, Chancellor of the Exchequer, and I'm going to quote her directly. She refused to apologise to those who were rebuked for urging for a national apology, saying what mattered was the victims. She said it's the victims and it's not people's hurt feelings about how they have been spoken about. Now, this, I feel, is them failing to read the room yet again, Raja, because what happened was when people like yourself spoke out, you were immediately tarred and feathered, you're far right, you were demonized, and they are failing to acknowledge what they have done and how they have ostracized people. What are your thoughts to what she had to say?
If I could ever meet Rachel Reeves, I would look at her and say to her, your Mayor Andy Burnham's police force came after me and repeatedly falsely arrested me, dragged me through every court across Greater Manchester. The newspapers associated with them ran headlines that I was a child abuser. I'd been arrested as part of a child abuse investigation, all completely fabricated. My Mother was stage 4 cancer at the time. My mother passed, died, still worried about her son, because I wasn't cleared while she was alive.
I
was
am
only
so
cleared
sorry to hear
afterwards.
that.
So for Rachel Reeves to say something like that, Sonia, she has no idea what we have endured, and so many of us have endured. And the survivors, and I'm sorry, it's not about taking credit or anything. I've met so many of the survivors. They're broken, Sonia. They have not got the means to campaign the way we've campaigned. They've not got the expertise or the insight to navigate this. And those of us, every one of us who step forward into this space, irrespective of what background we came from Maggie Oliver onwards, every one of us has suffered at the hands of the state.
Absolutely. And it's a statutory inquiry, which means it can compel witnesses and obviously make recommendations in terms of criminality. Your rape gang inquiry is still going ahead, though, isn't it?
The rape gang inquiry has to go ahead and has to run in parallel, because we know they've not come here voluntary, have they? Sonia?
Exactly.
Starmer has not come here voluntary. We need to hold them to account. We need to keep continuing highlighting their inadequacies. We need to be feeding and channeling information into the inquiry. And for the first time ever, what we've got is not a parallel inquiry. What we've got is a support mechanism that sits alongside a statutory inquiry. And it is vitally necessary, because these people cannot be trusted. And that is why my position on this is very clear. The judge that's appointed, because a judge is usually appointed in a statutory inquiry of this kind, cannot be a British judge. It cannot be one of Starmer's associates. We need to bring someone into The Hague.
That's what happened with... Right, that's what happened with the child abuse inquiry, because first of all, of course, Theresa May put in several women whose relatives were actually associated with the child abuse inquiry were politicians, so that couldn't work, and they ended up actually getting a judge from New Zealand, I think. I take your point. I think it does need to be somebody from overseas. I get that. Absolutely, I do. So I think this is going to be an interesting week. Of course, the other thing that's going to be interesting, and inquiries kind of rise or fall on this, and that is terms of reference. I have concerns about that, because as you say, they haven't come to this willingly. So what they may do, because you can only answer a question based on the terms of reference. What terms of reference do you feel are absolutely imperative?
Well, first and foremost, I am on a train tomorrow to meet with the members of the rape inquiry team, because we will lobby and pressure and be very clear. Rupert Lowe and his team, and the team have already over the weekend issued a 10-point reference as a starter. We will polish that up and we'll pressure them. But what we have to have is who committed the crimes, how many committed the crimes, how many of our children, how long, who was involved in the cover-up. All of these questions need to be asked, because now it is no longer a case of whether our children were gang raped. It is now no longer a case of whether this was an overrepresentation of Pakistani men, or as cases now also found, recently arrived asylum seekers and immigrants. It is now not a case of whether the police failed them. It is now not the case of whether there was a cover-up and the politicians covered it up. We need to investigate all of these strands, so we come out at the other end where those who are responsible are equally held to account as those who were involved in failing our children and then subsequently covering up what took place. And for the first time ever, Sonia, we are clear. We are mobilized as a nation, and we want the same thing. We will see by the end of this, one of two things will happen. We will lose all trust and faith in our political structure, which is why Starmer turned around and did what he did, because they feared civil unrest. What does civil unrest mean? It means that, our democracy, our systems are broken down. If people take to the streets in violence, it means everything's, gone to pot. So we'll either end up in that place, or we'll end up in a place where politicians will go to prison.
That would be an interesting place. Let me read you some of the comments. Cameron said, the greatest shame upon our nation, and it is a massive shame. And I love the way you've outlined all that. The truth is, we already have so many answers. Like, we're not going into any of these inquiries with lack of knowledge, not at all, because people like you have fought for so long to make sure we get some knowledge on this situation. Shug says they are all finished. It just hasn't clicked with the masses yet. I think that this is capable of creating something of a revolution in our country in many key respects. respects. And then said, Raja is a clear and concise speaker, delivering some really key messages. Thank you, Raja. And you are, obviously, and I know it's overwhelming for you. Well done. More power to your elbow. Raja, before you leave us today, what do you want to add?
If I can, beg, Sonia, we got this far from Oldham with 500 people. I had the best, just under 500 people worked alongside me and got us this far. To get us over the line, we need more people. We need at least 10,000, 50,000 people who are engaged, follow the work, and ask the questions. Get yourself educated, understand what's taking place. Have the courage to have convictions, courage not just to have conversations online, but speak to your family members, speak to your colleagues. We all need to know what's taking place here, because the only way we'll win this is with all of us working together. So please, Sonia, I'm begging people to care about our children.
And let me just leave you with this comment. Marco says, thank you, Raja. Sorry for the suffering you've had so far, but well done for your efforts and more power to you, man. I think that's probably echoed by the vast, vast majority of our viewers. Everybody, this is Raja Mia. And even though he's very self-deprecating and say it's really very little to do, he's played a key role. Believe me on that. Raja Mia, take good care of yourself. You definitely must take good care of yourself, because I know this is a very, very emotional time. Raja Mia, everybody. Take care, Raja.
Thank you, Sonia.
Lovely to see
Bye-bye.
you. Bless him. It's like so profound, because imagine you've spent all this time, you've been attacked, you've been under police investigation. That's horrible. When he talked about his mum having, I think, stage 4 cancer, and how he was under police investigation for alleged child abuse, which of course they didn't ultimately find, because it was all about intimidation, wasn't it? That was what's taking place. But the idea that his poor mum died before that he was even cleared. See, people have paid a very, very high price for attempting to expose this. It's very painful to listen to, actually. Right, before I bring in our next guest, let me just refer to this, because another great pain.
So there you have my interview this morning with Sonia. And I'm sorry, I had just ended up banning the that. I have no issue with constructive criticism, but woe is me, blah, blah, blah is not constructive criticism. Come and spend a day in my life. Barricade yourself in your house with a knife under your pillow whilst your baby girl is sleeping next to you, because people are trying to kill you because of what you've said. And still have the courage to come and do this almost daily for 6 years. Yeah. I don't do any of these. I think a few people have contacted me and asked me, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my mouse. I don't do any of these anymore. These marches, these one-time events, they're of no value, I'm afraid, to me. I don't criticise them. There are people who take value in them, and by all means go and do them and find solidarity in each other's company. But it's not for me. A few people have asked me if I'd go and speak at demonstrations and marches, and no, not for me, I'm afraid. No more. Sonia's a good woman. Sonia's a good woman, and I think I do very well in explaining some of what I do. If you want to, Charlie Peters, and I admired a young man. Go and listen to Charlie Peters. I'm not that. I'm battle hardened and covered in scars, and come from a different place. I'm hearing that the Yvette Cooper is scheduled to give an update at 3:30, so that's in 20 minutes time. So there's something that someone else has sent me that I asked if I'd share that, so let me try and find a way of bringing that up. Give me 1 second, and if I can find it, I'll bring it up for you. It's a clip from GB News. Here it is, and I'll bring it up and we can listen to it together.
still going on. In fact,
you've got a very powerful piece in the Mail today saying, I uncovered the grooming gang scandal 15 years ago, was vilified by the left. Now I've been entirely vindicated. But you say you fear this is all still going on today.
I know it's still going on. In fact, I've been told in the last fortnight it's still going on. And since I wrote about it in Rotherham, I broke it in Rotherham, I went back to the same girl who was by then in her 20s, and she took me into Rotherham, the centre of Rotherham, at night and pointed out the gangs milling around, girls near the bus stop, all. But, you know, obviously I wasn't going in to top floor flats behind takeaways and that kind of place where it was obviously physically going on. But you could see that there were men milling around. There were girls still out at night it was the winter, 7 at night, in grim areas, you know, grim areas that had become very grim and very edgy. And she said it is definitely still going on.
And you could see that these were girls of not legal age, schoolgirls?
Yeah, schoolgirls. What happens, they pick them up, the big place they pick them up is at the school gates, and I believe the schools are culpable. I think the schools should be brought in on this. Why didn't they warn the kids? Why didn't they have classes saying, look, there are predators out there on the internet, white, English speakers, very dangerous. Don't go and meet one. Don't go into a chat room. But also at the school gate, there's a guy, handsome guy in an open-top BMW who says, I'll take you home for a pizza. Equally dangerous. When you said to the schools and the agencies and the charities there, they told you were racist to even suggest this.
And this is the crucial
And I remember
distinction.
screaming at them.
Sorry.
That's Sue Reed from the Daily Mail. Went to Rotherham 2 weeks ago, met with one of the survivors who took her around, and it's still going on. And that's Rotherham, where the authorities have confirmed that 1,400 children were groomed and gang raped across only a handful of the gang rapists were ever tried. So what do you think they did? Stopped? No, of course they didn't stop. The ones who were involved still continued to do what they were doing. And that is, I think, where we're up to. He says, looking for his mouse again. Some area in authority are complicit in the cover-up. Schools are culpable. Why didn't they warn the kids? The exposed in the small print of Andy Burnham's assurance reviews confirmation that schools were meant to warn. The head teachers meeting, there was meant to be a briefing. That briefing never took place. This was during the tenure of Jim McMahon as leader of Oldham Council. No one explains why. I know why. Because they were told not to mention it. If responsibility rests at the top, then in each local authority where this work took place, both the chief executive and the leader of the council worked hand in fist together, should be prosecuted for misconduct in public office. And on that, I'll want to bring something else up to show you. Give me 1 second. This was the chief prosecutor. I'm not a fan of his, by the way. Yeah, it was the guy in Rochdale who led a lot of what took place. Whilst the news is, there's more reasons why, conversation for another day. Yes, Tammy, I think I mentioned Yvette Cooper is speaking at 3:30, so I'm going to switch. I can play it here, by the way. I can play it here at 3:30, so don't worry about that. Whilst the news is focusing on the public inquiry and grooming, the real good news is the belated NCA police investigation into individuals, authorities and institutions who failed to safeguard. Former prosecutor, remember? The misconduct in public office is likely to be of industrial levels and justice awaits. I'm very clear. These people are going to prison. These people are going to prison. If you believe in democracy, these people should be going to prison. And I accept you have no faith in the system. But what you've got to have faith in is the people who helped get it this far. And we will help to see it over the line, or they will kill us. It's as simple as that. So that's where that is up to. Let's see if there's any more information on my thread. He's on his way to wherever. Let's see what Charlie Peters has been saying. A retired policeman has told in his pinned GB News that he was threatened with arrest by senior Bradford officials after conducting a 3-month investigation. Remember? So that's John. And that's who I took to see Charlie Peters after I prepped him, gone through everything. And now the Shadow Home Secretary is using that evidence. That's the difference we have been making on this throughout. And let's see what he's got to say as his latest. Just give me 1 second, I'll play it.
That has caused major...
Speak to our reporter, Charlie Peters, because he's got some breaking news for us, some more information about this report, yes?
Hi, yes, Tom, Emily. We're expecting that Baroness Casey will make 12 recommendations in her grooming gangs report, published later this afternoon, and that will include forcing police forces to improve their collection of ethnicity data, particularly with perpetrators in child sexual exploitation and abuse cases. This has been an issue that has caused major serious issues for police forces in the past, with the majority of forces struggling to collect data properly. For one reason or another, frankly, it's because it seems they just don't want to do it. And there's also been issues with victims not having their data of ethnicity collected as well. So that should be sharpened. And that's really important because when we have had national overviews looking at the ethnicity of perpetrators, the state has always been able to say, oh, well, actually, British Pakistanis make up just a small portion of the abusers. Actually, they make up about 4 times an overrepresentation based on their population around the country. However, that's a 4 times overrepresentation with around 1/3 of police forces collecting data properly. So there's a serious gap of understanding there, an intelligence gap, frankly, that needs to be closed. I'm also hearing that this judge-led national inquiry that the Prime Minister is ordering is expected to have the powers to launch investigations in areas where services who failed to protect the children or obstructed justice. So we could see investigations launched in local authorities that have been resisting calls for many years. This is going to be very politically difficult for the Labour Party, OK, because they're ordering this investigation now. But frankly, most of the areas that have resisted calls for investigation are Labour-run. And I'm thinking in particular of Bradford. Bradford has consistently said, we don't need an investigation. We've done our own audits, we've done our own reviews, we've been inspected by Ofsted, etc., and we're at a very strong standard. However, survivors that GB News have spoken to this year have told us that this was a major area of crisis. We've seen so many trafficking links from our own reporting, linking Bradford to towns right across the entire United Kingdom. We've also spoken to former police officers in Bradford who said that when they reported concerns in the town 15 years ago, they were threatened with arrest after proving that child trafficking and exploitation is going on. So could we see this remarkable scenario now where a Labour Prime Minister, a Labour government, orders a judge to set up this inquiry, and that inquiry orders Labour authorities to open up grooming gang investigations? That could be coming as early as this afternoon.
Tell us about the sort of context of everything that's happened.
I don't think we need to know about a conversation about whether Britain is in decline or not. So what's took place there? Again, Charlie Peters is also sharing what we know so far. 12 recommendations, ethnicity data, and he put it succinctly there. And that succinct was that Pakistanis are 4 times overrepresented in the data that we currently have. And the recommendation will be for not only the police to capture the data of the perpetrators, but also the data of the victims. So they've been hiding the racially aggravated, the racially motivated attacks for decades now. I think that's what is very clear now, because it's just captured in a third. So if the 4 times overrepresented it in a third, how many times overrepresented would they be if all the data around ethnicity was captured? I don't think it would be less, do you? No. And of course, another of the recommendations seems to be that they will be able to go into towns and cities where the authorities have been responsible in preventing investigations or preventing sufficient safeguarding, blocking inquiries. And he mentioned Bradford. We know, if there's an epicentre, Bradford is that epicentre. I think that's clear to many of us. If Rotherham was 1400 and Bradford, remember us saying nothing to see and nothing to see, well, every politician who's been voting nothing to see should be put in prison. If it then transpires that there is something to see, every politician who's responsible for saying nothing to see should be put in prison. I don't think that's an extreme viewpoint at all. I'm going to find the news feed now for Parliament, so just give me 1 second. I'm going to play it live. And what I ask of people, please, is please support me. Please buy me a coffee. I didn't mean to come on and stay on for 3 hours, but that's what it's going to end up being, I think. I am 100% dependent on your goodwill. So please, support me, buy me a coffee. Most importantly, sign up to Red Wall and the Rabble. And as you can see here, there's 9 people who've supported me with a super chat, with just under 3,000 of you who've joined me this afternoon. I'm going to go make myself a cup of coffee and play Parliament.
I'm slightly perplexed by the Right Honourable Lady's question. Yes, she is obviously right, but sadly, after 14 years of Tory failure, many of our teachers are having to pick up the pieces of wider societal challenge, whether that's too many families in temporary accommodation, growing numbers of children in poverty. We are determined as a government to turn that around.
Laura Trott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm grateful for the confirmation that the Education Secretary does accept that primary school teachers are indeed teachers. Then why is she saying they no longer count towards her manifesto pledge to recruit 6,500 more teachers? Is it because, contrary to department's social media posts, teacher numbers are in fact going down and not up?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the Right Honourable Lady's been, but she certainly hasn't been paying attention. We have been clear that we will make sure that we have 6,500 more teachers in secondary, in specialist and in FE colleges. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is that this year alone we have 60,000 fewer children in primary schools. That is why we are focusing our recruitment efforts in areas that we are seeing growth. It is common sense. It is common sense, Mr. Speaker, and it is this Labour government that has delivered 2 pay rises for teachers, because we, the Labour Party, value our brilliant teachers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The work of Fife College is essential in equipping thousands of my constituents with the skills for success. Does the Minister share my deep concern at the real terms cuts the SNP Scottish Government is inflicting on Fife College as it deprioritises Fife in favour of Glasgow, Edinburgh and Aberdeen? And will she join me in urging them to think again?
Minister. I agree with my honourable friend. It's time for a new direction for Scotland with Scottish Labour. In England, we are making over £1 billion of additional investment per year in skills by 2028 to 29 to support young people into the industries of the future, and that's because we're unlocking opportunity and driving growth through our plan for change.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Speaker, Philip Orgar, the chair of the previous review into post-18 education funding, stated recently in the Financial Times that a handful of universities are receiving secret bailouts. So will the Secretary of State confirm what emergency financial support the government has already provided to struggling institutions and commit to informing Parliament of any future emergency financial support for individual institutions?
Mr Speaker, it was the priority of this Labour government to ensure that our world-leading universities were put on a much more sustainable footing. That's why we took the difficult but necessary decision to increase student fees. It's why we are reforming the Office for Students with a much sharper focus on financial regulation and sustainability. And we, together with the Office for Students, continue to keep under review any institutions that may face difficulty, but he will appreciate that these are sensitive issues that are best dealt with properly and seriously through the Office for Students.
Northern Darwen Valley Leadership Academy is an absolutely vital school serving some of our most disadvantaged communities. Yet it was recently identified as a STUT school following successive requires improvement Ofsted assessments. I know the staff and leadership at the school are working incredibly hard to drive improvement, and we're starting to see positive signs. So could the Secretary of State please update me on what we are doing to support them?
Is delivering a new era of high and rising school standards, because we know that when standards slip, it is disadvantaged children that suffer, and we won't let that happen. That's why Labour's RISE teams are spearheading a stronger, faster system, prioritising
So I'm hoping I've muted the House of Commons until the Home Secretary comes along and you can hear me. So I'm hoping that's we're up to. Sorry, I had it on mute whilst I went and made myself a coffee. I didn't think you wanted me to hear the coffee kettle. So you should be hearing me and not hearing the Education Minister. Perfect. I'll press the button at some point when the Home Secretary walks in and we can get on with that. So if you've got any questions beforehand, let me know. I think the House of Commons will be packed when she comes in. He's around. He's been causing, telling people what he's going to do to me and stuff like that. So and it's fine, nothing new there. You can see she sat there looking nervous, the Deputy Prime Minister. Prepping, can you see her? She sat there looking very nervous, is Angela Rayner. Of course, Angela Rayner is neck deep in the cover-up. She put her name to on common paper-headed letterhead, trying to aid in the cover-up. There's no ambiguity there. I've told her outright on X, I will testify against her. So I will testify against the Deputy Prime Minister for her role in the cover-up of the grooming and gang rape of children, providing the terms of reference allow me to do that. I think that's the question I'm asking myself. Is there any chance they could all get away with sacrificing girls for votes? I think that's what we're up to, isn't it? If you followed me on this journey, I was very clear from the outset as to what was going on, and we've took the nation on a journey, and now we're all in the same place. They sacrifice children for votes. So, sorry, I'm just laughing at the House of Commons could do with a permanent muting. Yes, Catherine. You and me both, mate. I think there'll be a queue of people. There'll be a queue of people, won't there? If that day was to come where he is on trial. But this is unprecedented. Everyone needs to understand what we've done here is completely unprecedented in the history of modern day democracy, that we've forced it to this place. So I'm just, I said to Sonia this morning, I'm overwhelmed, and I remain overwhelmed. Maggie Oliver has just launched a judicial review column. Maggie Oliver just launched her judicial review into the government, so she's piling ahead with this. I think what Maggie Oliver needs to do is, because she crowdfunded £150,000 or more on the promise of private prosecutions. So hopefully the first of the private prosecutions will come soon. I think Sean Fielding is going to end up in prison. I think the evidence against Sean Fielding is just, he's very clumsy in what he did whilst he was council leader, because he believed he had a mandate to behave that way. My honest viewpoint is Sean Fielding is going to be one of those who will end up in prison. I think it will be an attempt to whitewash. I think that's the case, but don't worry about it. It's like, you've got to have faith. You've got to have faith, Louise, in those of us who helped bring it this far will help see it over the line. Sean Fielding, Louise, was the leader of Oldham Council at the time we exposed it. So McMahon was the MP, Fielding was his protege, and Arooj Shah was the deputy. And Arooj Shah, of course, is the Pakistani gangster endorsed, now leader of Oldham Council. I think my disappointment in this is that Maggie won't work with Rupert. It's not Rupert Lowe's issue. Maggie Oliver won't work with Rupert Lowe, and she won't work with the rape gang inquiry. Maybe that will change. I don't know. I think she does it, and it's not a criticism. I think she does it because she wants to stay away from taking political sides. And I believe, really, in terms of Rupert Lowe's inquiry team, it isn't strong enough yet. He needs more representation. A senior Conservative needs to be on there. They're all playing the different political games. There's the small trumpet there lined up at the side, so she's coming in, the speaker. So if she's coming in, it means it won't be long now. That is, of course, Lucy Powell. Do you see her stood there and walking in now? And sitting down next to Angela Rayner. Of course, Keir Starmer has announced this whilst on a plane out of the country. Yeah, I'm not blaming anyone, Alicia, as you can see. I think I'm trying to quantify why she's doing what she's doing. I don't blame her. She's ever trusting, isn't she? Arooj Shah should be in prison, mate, even for nothing other than the blowing up of her car. At the very least, it's insurance fraud. Indeed, politicians reading questions from a script and receiving answers from clowns. It's a charade, isn't it? Lucy Powell and Angela Rayner exchanging notes and nervous giggles next to each other. The education minister behind looking very nervous. with the sound turned off, you can actually, perhaps you can read more of actually what's going on rather than what comes out of the mouth. Body language, I think, says a lot. Hi Natalia, good for you to join us. So they're now changing round, and this will happen very soon now, I think. So I will turn the sound on for you to make sure we've got the sound. Hopefully you can hear the sound.
We now come to the statement from the Home Secretary.
There you go.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will update the House on the audit the Government commissioned from Baroness Casey on child sexual exploitation and grooming gangs, and on the action we are taking to tackle this vile crime, to put perpetrators behind bars, and to provide the innocent victims of those crimes with support and justice. The House will be aware that on Friday, 7 men were found guilty of the most horrendous crimes in Rochdale between 2000 and 2006. They were convicted of treating teenage girls as sex slaves, repeatedly raping them in filthy flats, alleyways and warehouses. The perpetrators included taxi drivers and market traders of Pakistani heritage, and it has taken 20 years to bring them to justice. I want to pay tribute to the incredible bravery of the women who told their stories and have fought for justice through all those years. They should never have been let down for so long. The sexual exploitation of children by grooming gangs is one of the most horrific crimes. Children as young as 10 plied with drugs and alcohol, brutally raped by gangs of men and disgracefully let down again and again by the authorities who were meant to protect them and keep them safe. And these despicable crimes have caused the most unimaginable harm to victims and survivors throughout their lives and are a stain on our society. 5 months ago, I told the House our most important task was to stop perpetrators and put them behind bars. I can report that work is accelerating. Arrests and investigations are increasing. After I asked police forces in January to identify cases involving grooming and child sexual exploitation allegations that had been closed with no further action, more than 800 cases have now been identified for formal review, and I expect that figure to rise above 1,000 in the coming weeks. Let me be clear. Perpetrators of these vile crimes should be off our streets, behind bars, and paying the price for what they have done. Further rapid action is also underway to implement recommendations of past inquiries and reviews, including the 7-year independent inquiry into child abuse, recommendations which for too long have sat on the shelf. So in the Crime and Policing Bill, we are introducing the long overdue mandatory reporting duty, which I called for more than 10 years ago, as well as aggravated offences for grooming offenders so their sentences match the severity of their crimes. And earlier this year, I also commissioned Baroness Louise Casey to undertake a rapid national audit of the nature, scale and characteristics of gang-based exploitation. I specifically asked her to look at the issue of ethnicity and the cultural and social drivers for this type of offending, analysis that had never previously been done, despite years of concerns being raised. And I asked her to advise us on what further reviews, investigations and actions would be needed to address the current and historical failures that she found. I told Parliament in January I expected Baroness Casey to deliver the same kind of impactful and no-holds-barred report that she produced on Rotherham in 2015, so we never shy away from the reality of these terrible crimes. And I am very grateful to Louise and her team that they have done exactly that, with a hugely wide-ranging assessment conducted in just 4 months. The findings of her audit are damning. At its heart, she identifies a deep-rooted failure to treat children as children, a continued failure to protect children and teenage girls from rape, from exploitation and serious violence, and from the scars that last a lifetime. She finds too much fragmentation in the authorities' response, too little sharing of information, too much reliance on flawed data, too much denial, too little justice, too many criminals getting off, too many victims being let down. The audit describes victims as young as 10, often those in care, or children with learning or physical disabilities, being singled out for grooming precisely because of their vulnerability. Perpetrators still walking free because no one joined the dots, or because the law ended up protecting them instead of the victims that they had exploited. Deep-rooted institutional failures, stretching back decades where organisations who should have protected children and punished offenders looked the other way. And Baroness Casey found blindness, ignorance, prejudice, defensiveness, and even good but misdirected intentions all played a part in this collective failure. And on the key issues of ethnicity that I'd asked her to examine, she has found continued failure to gather proper, robust national data, despite concerns being raised going back very many years. In the local data that the audit examined from 3 police forces, they identify clear evidence of overrepresentation among suspects of Asian and Pakistani heritage men. And she refers to examples of organisations avoiding the topic altogether for fear of appearing racist or raising community tensions. These findings are deeply disturbing, but most disturbing of all, as Baroness Casey makes clear, is the fact that too many of these findings are not new. As Baroness Casey's audit sets out, there have been 15 years of reports, reviews, inquiries and investigations into these appalling rapes, exploitation and violent crimes against children, detailed over 17 pages in her report, but too little has changed. We have lost more than a decade. That must end now. Baroness Casey sets out 12 recommendations for change. We will take action on all of them immediately because we cannot afford more wasted years. So we will introduce new laws to protect children and support victims so they stop being blamed for the appalling crimes committed against them. New major police operations to pursue perpetrators and put them behind bars. New national inquiry to direct local investigations and hold institutions to account for past failures. New ethnicity data and research so we face up to the facts on exploitation and abuse. New action across children's services and other agencies to identify children at risk. And further action to support child victims and tackle the new forms of exploitation and abuse online. Taken together, this will mark the biggest programme of work ever pursued to root out the scourge of grooming gangs and child sexual exploitation. Those vile perpetrators who have grown used to the authorities looking the other way must have no place to hide. So let me spell out the next steps we're announcing today. Baroness Casey's first recommendation is we must see children as children. She concludes too many grooming cases have been dropped or downgraded from rape to lesser charges because a 13 to 15-year-old is perceived to have been in love with or had consented to sex with the perpetrator. So we will change the law to ensure that adults who engage in penetrative sex with a child under 16 face the most serious charge of rape. And we will work closely with the CPS and the police to ensure there are safeguards for consensual teenage relationships. We will change the law so that those convicted for child prostitution offences, while their rapists got off scot-free, will have their convictions disregarded and their criminal records expunged. Baroness Casey's next recommendation is a national criminal operation. As I've set out, arrests and investigations are rising, but the audit recommends us going further. So I can announce the police will launch a new national criminal operation into grooming gangs, overseen by the National Crime Agency, bringing together for the first time all arms of the policing response, and will develop a rigorous new national operating model which all forces across the country will be able to adopt. ensuring grooming gangs are always treated as serious and organised crime. And so rapists who groom children, whether their crimes were committed decades ago or are still being committed today, can end up behind bars. But alongside justice, there must also be accountability and action. We've begun implementing the recommendations from inquiries past, including Professor Jay's independent inquiry, and we've said that further inquiries are needed to get accountability in local areas. I told the House in January I would undertake further work to look at how to ensure those inquiries could get the evidence they needed to properly hold institutions to account, and we have sought responses from local councils too. We asked Baroness Casey to review those responses, as well as the arrangements and powers that had been used in past investigations and inquiries to consider the best means to get to the truth. Her report concludes that further local investigations are needed, but they should be directed and overseen by a national commission with statutory inquiry powers. We agree, and we will set up a national inquiry to that effect. Baroness Casey is not recommending another overarching inquiry of the kind conducted by Professor Alexis Jay, and she recommends that the inquiry should be time-limited. But its purpose must be to challenge what the audit describes as continued denial, resistance and legal wrangling among local agencies, and we will set out the further details on the national inquiry in due course. Mr. Speaker, I warned in January that the data collection we had inherited from the previous government on ethnicity was completely inadequate. It was only collected on 37% of suspects. Baroness Casey's audit confirms that ethnicity data is not recorded for 2/3 of grooming gang perpetrators, and she says it is not good enough to support any statements about the ethnicity of group-based child sexual exploitation offenders at the national level. I agree with that conclusion, and frankly, it is ridiculous and helps no one that this basic information is not collected, especially when there have been warnings and recommendations stretching back 13 years about the woefully inadequate data on perpetrators, which prevents patterns of crime being understood and tackled. The immediate changes I announced in January to police recording practices are starting to improve the data, but we will need to go much further. Baroness Casey's audit examined local-level data in 3 police force areas, Greater Manchester, West Yorkshire and South Yorkshire, where high-profile cases involving Pakistani heritage men have long been investigated and reported, and there they found the suspects of group-based child sexual offences were disproportionately likely to be Asian men. She also found indications of disproportionality in serious case reviews. And while much more robust national data is needed, we cannot and must not shy away from these findings because, as Baroness Casey says, ignoring the issues, not examining and exposing them to the light, allows the criminality and depravity of a minority of men to be used to marginalise whole communities. The vast majority of people in our British, Asian and Pakistani heritage communities continue to be appalled by these terrible crimes and agree that the criminal minority of sick predators and perpetrators in every community must be dealt with robustly by the criminal law. Baroness Casey's review also identifies prosecutions and investigations into perpetrators who are white, British, European, African or Middle Eastern, just as Alexis Jay's inquiry concluded that all ethnicities and communities were involved in appalling child abuse crimes. So to provide accurate information to help tackle serious crimes, we will make it a formal requirement for the first time to collect both ethnicity and nationality data for all cases of child sexual abuse and exploitation, and we will commission new research into the cultural and social drivers of child sexual exploitation, misogyny and violence against women and girls, as Baroness Casey has recommended. The final group of recommendations from the audit is about the continued failure of agencies who should be keeping children safe to share vital information or act on clear signs of risk. And worryingly, the audit finds that whilst reports of child sexual abuse and exploitation to the police have gone up, the number of child sexual abuse cases identified for protection plans by local children's services has fallen to its lowest ever level. but no one has been curious as to why. And the audit details an abysmal failure to respond to 15 years' worth of recommendations and warnings about the failings of interagency cooperation. So we will act at pace to deliver on Baroness Casey's recommendations on mandatory sharing of information between agencies and on unique reference numbers for children, the work already being taken forward by my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary. And my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, will also work at pace to close loopholes in the law on taxi licensing. Finally, I want to respond to 3 other important issues identified by Baroness Casey in her report, but where she has not made specific recommendations. On support for victims, my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, will fund additional training for mental health staff in schools on identifying and supporting children and young people who have experienced trauma, exploitation and abuse. Secondly, Baroness Casey reports that she came across cases involving suspects who were asylum seekers. We have asked her team to provide to the Home Office all the evidence that they found so the immigration enforcement can immediately pursue individual cases with the police. But let me make clear, those who groom children or who commit sexual offences will not be granted asylum in the UK. We will do everything in our power to remove them. I do not believe the law is strong enough that we have inherited, so we are bringing forward a change to the law so that anyone convicted of sexual offences is excluded from the asylum system and denied refugee status. We've already increased the removal of foreign national offenders by 14% since the election, and we're drawing up new arrangements to identify and remove those who have committed a much wider range of offences. Finally, Baroness Casey describes ways in which patterns of grooming gang child sexual exploitation are changing, including evidence of rape and sexual exploitation taking place in street gangs and drug gangs that combine criminal and sexual exploitation. I do not believe that this kind of exploitation has been sufficiently investigated. It also describes sexual exploitation in modern slavery and trafficking cases, and most significant of all, it describes the huge increase in online grooming and horrendous sexual exploitation and abuse, including the use of social media apps to build up relationships and lure children into physical abuse. And the audit quotes one police expert saying, "If Rotherham were to happen again today, it would start online." So, Mr. Speaker, we are also passing world-leading new laws to target those who groom and exploit children online, investing in cutting-edge technology to target the highest harm offenders, but we will need to do much more, or the new scandals and shameful crimes of the future will be missed. When the final report of Alexis Jay's 7-year national inquiry was published in October 2022, the then Home Secretary, Grant Shapps, issued a profound and formal public apology to the victims of child sexual abuse so badly let down over decades by different levels of the state. As Shadow Home Secretary at that time, I joined him in that apology on behalf of the opposition and extended it to victims of child sexual exploitation too. To the victims and survivors of sexual exploitation and grooming gangs, on behalf of this and past governments and the many public authorities who let you down, I want to reiterate an unequivocal apology for the unimaginable pain and suffering that you have suffered and the failure of our country's institutions through decades to prevent that harm and keep you safe. But words are not enough. Victims and survivors need action. The reforms I've set out today will mean the strongest action any government has taken to tackle child sexual exploitation, more police investigations, more arrests, a new inquiry, changes to the law to protect children, and a fundamental overhaul of the way organisations work to support victims and put perpetrators behind bars. But none of this will work unless everyone is part of it, unless everyone works together to keep our children safe. I commend this statement to the House.
Right. Hopefully it's now available in the table office for those members who wish to see the report. The other thing is, The Home Secretary quite rightly took longer than expected, and I have no problem with that. Just to say to the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch, the same is available as well, and to the Lib Dems. Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Lady for advance sight of this statement, although I must say I couldn't believe my ears, listening to the Home Secretary's statement as if this was their plan all along, when we all know it is another U-turn. After months of pressure, the Prime Minister has finally accepted our calls for a full statutory national inquiry into the grooming gangs. And I welcome that we have finally reached this point. And we must remember that this is not a victory for politicians, especially the ones like the Home Secretary who had to be dragged to this position, or the Prime Minister. This is a victory for the survivors who have been calling for this for years. I have been speaking to many who do not have confidence that a government that ignored their concerns will deliver. But before I turn to the detail of the Home Secretary's statement, I want to recognise the tireless work of those who refuse to let this issue be buried. Survivors like Fiona Goddard, who bravely waived her anonymity, and the parents of survivors like Marlon West, who I spoke to this morning. Maggie Oliver, whose courage in speaking truth to power has been instrumental in bringing us to this point. The late Andrew Norfolk, whose fearless journalism brought these crimes to light, Baroness Casey for her review, and Charlie Peters, who has consistently been a voice for the voiceless. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's handling of this scandal is an extraordinary failure of leadership. His judgment has once again been found wanting. Since he became Prime Minister, he and the Home Secretary dismissed calls for an inquiry because they did not want to cause a stir. They accused those of us demanding justice for the victims of this scandal as, and I quote, jumping on a far-right bandwagon. Yes. A claim the Prime Minister's official spokesman restated this weekend. Shameful. It has been left to Conservatives time and time again to force this issue. 3 times, Mr. Speaker. 3 times. They can mutter now. They all mutter now. 3 times, Mr. Speaker, these Labour MPs voted against the national inquiry. They voted against it 3 times. Liberal Democrats didn't bother to vote at all, asleep at the wheel. Labour MPs voted against a reasoned amendment to the Children's Bill. At committee stage of that bill, they voted against. At committee stage of the crime and policing...
Mr. Swallow, I want to set a good example. It's a very serious debate. Temps are running high, but I certainly don't want you to see you pointing and shouting and bawling in that way. Okay, Ben.
Mr. Speaker, they can point and shout as much as they like. They know the truth as we on the side of the House do. Yes. 3 times, I will repeat myself, Mr. Speaker, 3 times. Labour MPs voted against a reason amendment to the Children's Bill. At committee stage of that bill, they voted against. At committee stage of the Crime and Policing Bill, they voted against a national inquiry. And at Prime Minister's questions, the Prime Minister repeatedly ruled out a national inquiry to the chairs of all of these Labour MPs who are now pretending this is what they believed all along. And no doubt, the Home Secretary, in her response to me, will try and claim that the previous government did nothing. Yes, yes. A wholly false assertion that she should not repeat today. The Conservative government took extensive action, starting with the original Jay report, commissioned in 2014 by the then Home Secretary Theresa May. A year later, she commissioned the independent investigation into child sexual abuse, and Sajid Javid commissioned ethnicity data collection in 2018. So it is wrong, as the Home Secretary said, to claim that ethnicity data collection had not been done, and I will remind her that the Foreign Secretary criticised Sajid Javid at the time, said he was bringing the Office of Home Secretary into disrepute, and said he was pandering to the far right for doing exactly what she says she's doing now. They should be ashamed of themselves. We accepted all the recommendations of that previous child sexual inquiry of 2022, except the one to have a new cabinet minister, which would not have made any difference at all to the victims of this scandal. The Home Secretary claimed that the recommendations sat on the shelf. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. We went further than those recommendations. It was the Conservatives who established the Grooming Gangs Task Force, which supported police forces to make 807 arrests for group-based child sexual exploitation last year. So don't tell me we did nothing. It is vital, Mr. Speaker, that this inquiry is robust, swift, and above all, independent. There are legitimate concerns about institutions investigating themselves, especially as some of the most egregious cases of institutional failure occurred in Labour-controlled authorities. They can moan as much as they like, Mr. Speaker, but the people out there believe that is why nothing has happened yet. In Greater Manchester, Operation Augusta was prematurely shut down. In Rotherham, under continuous Labour control since 1974, we saw repeated failures. In Telford, where Labour has predominantly held power, the current MP initially rejected calls for an inquiry while serving as council leader. This inquiry must have teeth. It must start with known hotspots like Bradford and Rochdale, and I commend my honourable friend, the member for Keighley, for his persistent advocacy of this issue. We need clear commitments, Mr. Speaker. For example, will the inquiry examine the role of ethnicity in these crimes, confronting hard truths about potential cover-ups motivated by fears of appearing racist? There's no point then muttering. The Home Secretary said it herself. I spoke to the father of a survivor just this morning, and he told me the survivors need to have someone who is independent that they can go to and trust. It is no use them being forced to speak to the same authorities who ignored them in the first place. So will this inquiry ensure that no one, whether police officers, councillors or council officials, is beyond scrutiny? The government's approach to the Casey review itself raises serious concerns. While the review's findings are crucial, we as legislators are sent here to make decisions, not to outsource the difficult ones. The Prime Minister has waited months for someone to take this decision for him. This is the kind of dithering and delay that the survivors complained about. Mr. Speaker, we need answers to the following questions. The House deserves to know what changed the Prime Minister's mind from thinking this was dog whistle far-right politics to something he must do. When exactly did Baroness Casey submit her findings to Downing Street, and did the government request any changes to her report? Does she agree that anyone in authority who deliberately covered up these disgusting crimes should be prosecuted for misconduct in public office, and those prosecutions should happen alongside, not after, the inquiry? Because we believe that anyone in the police, local authorities, social services, or even the CPS who covered this up because they cared more about so-called community relations than about protecting vulnerable girls as young as 10 years old should be pursued. And we welcome her comments about perpetrators not being able to make asylum claims. I will remind the Home Secretary that we put forward an amendment in the Borders Bill, and she and all her colleagues voted against that very measure. So does she now agree that perpetrators should also not be able to make human rights claims to avoid deportation, and will she legislate to do that? Will the inquiry be concluded within 2 years, and will every one of the 50 towns affected be covered, including Bradford, which is still refusing to conduct an inquiry into this? And will those local inquiries have the power to summon witnesses, or is that power only for the national inquiry? And most critically, we need a clear timeline for conclusions and actions. The victims cannot wait another decade for justice. We should be able to do this in 2 years. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we didn't need to commission a report to tell us what we already knew. So will she apologise on behalf of herself, the Labour Party and the Prime Minister for wasting so much time and voting against this, dismissing the concerns of the survivors? The House, the British public, and most importantly, the many brave survivors deserve clear answers from a government of dithering and delay.
What's the answer you gave the Telford survivors? I have to say to the Leader of the Opposition, I don't think she can have read this report and the seriousness of its conclusions, because it sets out a timeline of failure from 2009 to 2025. Repeated reports and recommendations that were not acted on child protection,
on police investigations, on ethnicity data, on data sharing, on support for victims. For 14 of those 16 years, her party was in government, including years when she was the Minister for Children and Families, then the Minister for Equalities, covering race and ethnicity issues and violence against women and girls. And I didn't hear her raise any of these issues until January of this year. She will know the Prime Minister didn't just raise them, he acted on them, bringing the first prosecutions against grooming gangs, calling for action to address ethnicity issues in 2012. And she will know that the Safeguarding Minister and I have raised these issues repeatedly. She referred to the Professor Alexis J. independent inquiry into child sexual abuse. I called for and strongly supported that inquiry, and also on a cross-party basis. We wanted that inquiry to work and supported its conclusions. But her party did absolutely nothing to implement those conclusions. Time and again, recommendations just sitting on the shelf. And it has taken this government now to bring forward the mandatory duty to report. And she says that we should ensure that people who have engaged in cover-ups should be prosecuted. I agree, and that is why this party is changing the law to make that possible, so that cover-ups cannot happen and so that people are held to account. She'll also know that the votes she's referred to, what she wanted to do, and the amendment she put forward, would have wrecked the children's well-being and schools bill. The very bill which includes two of Baroness Casey's recommendations strengthening child protection, recommendations that she and her party refused to introduce over 14 years. And I am sorry that she chose not to join in the apology to victims and survivors for decades of failure that was a cross-party apology in 2022. And it should be again if she really had victims' interests and the national interest at heart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened, I sat with a cold fury at what was coming out of the mouth of the Leader of Opposition. Because much of it is beneath contempt. Can I commend today's statement, and can I commend her for commissioning a fiercely independent figure like Louise Casey to conduct this national audit, without which we would not have had today's outcome. In Rochdale, we know all too well how many years it has taken for victims to get the justice they deserve. They have waited many, many years to see these sick criminals locked up and put behind bars. But also, I mean, only last week we had 7 more of these perverts locked up in Rochdale, and that is a testimony to the police and the prosecution who finally got these cases together. But the victims also want accountability for anyone in a position of authority, as she has said, anyone who found out about this and failed to act, or knew about it and failed to act. So does she agree with me that no councillor of any political party, no social worker, no police officer, no council officer and no ethnic group should hide from the fierce scrutiny of this national inquiry?
My honourable friend is right to raise the appalling case in his constituency where 7 people were convicted on Friday, and he will know as well that there are further criminal investigations still ongoing as well, and it is shameful how long it has taken to get justice for those victims. I also agree with him that there can be no hiding from justice for anyone on this appalling issue where victims and survivors have been let down for far too long, and I would hope that this could be a cross-party process to support that.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Child sexual abuse and exploitation are among the most abhorrent crimes imaginable. and we must all support every effort to deliver justice for victims and to prevent these vile acts from happening again. It is, of course, right that the government follows the recommendations of Baroness Casey's report, including a new national inquiry. Survivors must be at the heart of this process. Their voices, experiences and insights must shape both the inquiry and its outcomes. And I would welcome hearing more from the Home Secretary on how she intends to ensure survivors are heard, respected and central to this view, building on their existing testimony without asking to repeat themselves and relive their abuse again and again. Mr Speaker, the 7-year inquiry into child sexual abuse, chaired by Professor Alexis Jay, delivered its final report in 2022, and the government at the time delivered none of its recommendations, leaving survivors waiting for justice. In her remarks, the Home Secretary mentioned 2 of Professor Jay's recommendations being introduced through the Crime and Policing Bill: mandatory reporting duty and aggravated offences for grooming offenders. But what does this new inquiry mean for the remaining recommendations of Professor Jay? Will victims and survivors see all 20 recommendations implemented while the new inquiry is being carried out? Any new inquiry must be more than symbolic. It must be robust, victim-centred and capable of driving real change. A duty of candour would require public officials and authorities to cooperate fully with an inquiry like this. So it continues to be disappointing that the government has delayed bringing this forward. I ask the Home Secretary plainly, what is stopping the government from introducing a duty of candour via a Hillsborough law now? Finally, now that Baroness Casey has completed her review, I welcome her appointment as chair of the Independent Commission into Adult Social Care. I trust she will bring to that hugely important role the same determination to challenge injustice and champion the voices of those too often left unheard.
The honourable member makes important points about the seriousness of this crime. She is right too that we need to continue to implement the recommendations of the overarching inquiry into child abuse. The Safeguarding Minister updated the House before Easter on those recommendations and the action that we are taking forward on those. I can tell her that a lot of the Home Office measures are already well underway as well, and we will continue to do that. It's really important that we don't simply have recommendations sitting on shelves, that things have to be implemented. On the Hillsborough law, we are working at pace to get the details right and bring it before the House. She will understand that it needs to meet the expectations of the Hillsborough families as well as be right for the House too. And we will continue to work on the wider issues as well. Baroness Casey in her foreword says, if we'd got this right years ago, seeing these girls as children raped rather than wayward teenagers or collaborators in their abuse, collecting ethnicity data and acknowledging as a system that we did not do a good enough job, then I doubt we'd be in this place now. We lost a decade. We can't lose another one.
Naz Shah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I first thank the Home Secretary for her statement and for her leadership and commitment to get a grip on this issue. As a Member of Parliament for one of the largest constituencies, Muslim and Pakistani heritage people, Muslims, I know the sheer anger and condemnation that the vast majority of them share, like all Britons, against those that commit these vile actions and vile sexual abuse. This is not only backed by recent polling by opinion that shows Muslims are deeply concerned, majority of them, about grooming gangs, but by sermons in mosques, letters from leading figures, demonstrations on the streets and so much more, often not given the media coverage that they deserve. I am pleased to see the National Crime Agency will be involved in the future inquiries, and let me reiterate in this House that British Muslims stand on the side of victims and support the full force of the law against all perpetrators of abuse. But would the Home Secretary agree with me that those that display selective outrage or fan the flames to blame entire communities do nothing to protect innocent victims or further the cause of victims?
Can I welcome my honourable friend's points that she makes about the anger in her community, the anger across British Muslim communities towards the grooming gangs, towards the rape of children, towards these appalling crimes, and the work that she has long called for, including stronger action from the police to be able to go after perpetrators and bring them to justice. She is right that this is shared right across communities, is the horror at crimes committed against children and particularly against young girls. It is in the interests of those children and of those victim survivors that we have reforms now.
Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement and for early sight of it. I'm pleased also that Baroness Casey has agreed to come before the committee tomorrow to set out her report more clearly to us. I am concerned about the potential for inquiries trying to get to the truth, potentially prejudicing criminal trials. So could she set out how she envisages the two things running alongside each other, an inquiry and criminal prosecutions?
Can I welcome that question from the Select Committee Chair, and I am glad that Baroness Casey will have the opportunity to set out more details of her findings. As the Chair will know, the Baroness Casey has huge expertise and determination and will be forthright in giving the evidence that she has drawn together. She makes a very important point, and it will be important for the Independent Commission, for the Independent Inquiry, to have arrangements with police forces to ensure that where there are current criminal investigations underway, they are not cut across, but so that we also ensure that we can uncover where there have been institutional failings, because it's those institutional failings to pursue action or to turn a blind eye towards action that need to be pursued in particular areas as part of those local investigations and as part of the national inquiry. She'll know that these kind of arrangements have been done in inquiries in the past, so they can be done and will need to be so again now.
Sean Davies.
First, I want to praise and pay tribute to survivors from right across the country, and again highlight the survivors who worked in Telford alongside myself and other organisations to do that local-based review. The reason we did a local-based review was because the then Home Secretary Amber Rudd and the then local government minister Rishi Sunak refused to provide a statutory inquiry into Telford. And that's why we worked together with the Police and Crime Commissioner, who happens to be a Conservative, and people from across the political spectrum to take this out of the party political field and try and find answers in our small part of the world. Mr. Speaker, what we do need, though, is action. Action in regards to the Jay inquiry, action in regards to the Casey review, but also, Home Secretary, the number of local reviews that have taken place up and down this country that have not been on the desks of ministers over the last 14 years and have not therefore received the attention that they deserve. Does she agree?
My honourable friend is right to say what we need is change and action. Recommendations from inquiries need to be implemented. The Telford inquiry that took place had, as part of its strength, was that it involved victims and survivors at the very heart of the inquiry, and also had serious plans to ensure that the recommendations were then taken forward and implemented, and had ways in which to follow up to make sure that those recommendations were implemented. That is crucial. It's no good just having inquiries where recommendations sit on a shelf. We have to make sure that they are implemented alongside pursuing answers.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you. And can I just start by saying that the fact that victims and survivors of this horrific crime have quite literally had to become campaigners themselves to reach this outcome is something that should make everybody in this House stop and think. When I last met the Safeguarding Minister with leading child abuse lawyer David Greenwood, we pointed out the very fundamental flaw in her own government's grooming gang strategy, and that was the completely ridiculous decision to give council leaders in areas like Keighley and the wider Bradford district the option to simply say no to an inquiry. So now that we have an inquiry equipped with statutory powers, can I ask the Home Secretary, what message does she have for local leaders in my region who think that they can still get away with saying no? And what message does she have to say to victims like Fiona Goddard, who is also from my area, who no doubt will be worrying, like me, that there will still be no focus on Keighley and the wider Bradford district?
Yeah. Well, I know that the honourable member has met with the Safeguarding Minister. She has also spoken again to Fiona Goddard this morning to ensure that the work that they have been doing and to make sure that victims and survivors' voices and campaigners' voices are heard at the heart of this. I think he will also know that the Safeguarding Minister did say to him in that meeting that she would not allow local councils to be able to turn their backs and to say no to investigations where they are needed. That is why we have accepted Baroness Casey's recommendation for a national inquiry that will underpin those local investigations. We will ensure, obviously, final decisions will be matters for the independent chair of the Commission, but we will ensure that his concerns and those of victims are passed on to the national inquiry.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my right honourable friend for her statement. I'd also like to pass on my thanks to Dame Louise Casey for meeting with Oldham victims and survivors of CSE. They want no further delays to justice and for perpetrators to face the full face of the law now. It is unacceptable that some are being given court dates of 2028 with all the risks that implies. They want no more red tape. They want survivors to be at the heart of rooting out these perpetrators and getting justice. Can the Home Secretary ensure that this will happen? And will she now consider making misogyny a hate crime?
I welcome the work that my honourable friend has done through very many years to champion victims in Oldham, to champion victims across her constituency and to work with survivors as well. She is right to point to the terrible delays in the justice system. She will know that the Lord Chancellor is taking forward reforms to look at how the huge backlog, particularly in Crown Court cases, can be dealt with, because justice delayed is justice denied, and already so many of the survivors have waited far too long for justice. I can assure her that those concerns are very much uppermost in the Lord Chancellor's mind.
Art Pritchard.
Where there have been local inquiries commissioned by councils, will there be an opportunity for those same areas to fall under the remit of this national inquiry to ensure that some of the issues that the Home Secretary herself references today are still ongoing, are caught within the new framework of the new inquiry?
The question he raises is an important one, and ultimately the final decisions will need to be for the independent chair and the Commission. That's what happens when we set it up as a national inquiry rather than a government process. But he will know that, for example, there have been concerns raised around investigations and inquiries that have taken place around Greater Manchester, having final areas that they were not able to compel or to get to the bottom of. They have worked as a result with the Her Majesty's Inspectorate for Policing in order to be able to pursue the final stages of an investigation inquiry. And we did look at whether there were other powers, either through local government acts or through in police inspection powers. However, the simplest way to address this is for it to be done through the national inquiry, and he will be able to make representations around his area, so will any other MPs be able to make representations on their area too.
Pegs.
By welcoming this statement and the absolute determination of Baroness Casey and this government to hold the perpetrators to account and to hold to account those who may have been involved in cover-ups. One of the recommendations that comes through in the report is around the confusion between different agencies. A particular element around that is around taxi licensing and taxis from out-of-town areas. Yeah. And I know definitely from my own city of Peterborough, the challenge both to law-abiding, decent taxi drivers undercut by different licensing laws, but also law enforcement and the safety of passengers where we have plates from different areas. I note that's one of the recommendations. Can my right honourable friend give us more details of how we will move at speed to create a national level playing field so that passengers are safe and drivers have the support they need to keep everyone safe?
Yeah. I welcome that point from my honourable friend because as he will know, there are many local authorities across the country who have worked to ensure that they raise standards and checks in their licensing arrangements, particularly those in areas where there have been serious problems and where there have been criminal cases that have taken place. However, those checks and safeguards can end up being undermined by the licensing of taxis in other areas that do not have those checks. So we are looking to be able to take forward reforms to the law. The Transport Secretary is looking at exactly this issue to make sure we can find a way forward to close that loophole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a survivor of child sexual abuse myself, I stand in solidarity with the many victims and survivors. The system has failed over many, many years. And I can say that the horror, the trauma, the guilt never leaves you. And I so hope that every survivor who is identified here receives the mental health support and otherwise that they deserve to help rebuild their lives. Survivors have witnessed very many promises, 20 recommendations, and the call of never again, time and again. What will the Home Secretary do, and how will she reassure them that this won't be another one of those examples? And can I just say, too, that I am really let down and disgusted that the Leader of the Opposition began her remarks with a party political assault on her opponents like this. Victims and survivors deserve more than a smug, I told you so diatribe. Victims and survivors deserve action.
Can I thank the honourable member for speaking out about his experience, and I do not underestimate how brave and how difficult it can be to do that, and he will be just giving all kinds of support to other victims and survivors simply by the fact that he has done so. He is right to raise the challenge about how do we ensure that recommendations are actually implemented. He will know that on the issue about therapeutic support, we do want to extend therapeutic support to victims and survivors, but we will start, as the Health Secretary is setting out, we will start by providing additional support and training for those who provide mental health support in our schools.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At Manchester Minshall Crown Court last week, 7 men were convicted for sickening crimes as part of a grooming gang. One of their victims, girl A, who was abused by in excess of 50 men, was advised by police to make a claim for criminal injuries compensation, for which she would have received just £22,000. She did not make a claim, but this did not stop the defence from arguing that she made up accusations to bolster a claim for compensation. The government will be aware that I've raised on many occasions the inadequacies of the criminal injuries compensation framework for victims of sexual violence and exploitation, and will be aware of recommendations from the ICSA review and the Victims Commissioner on this. While no amount of money could be adequate to compensate victims like Girl A, we owe it to them to ensure they have the financial support required to rebuild their lives and do not have to choose between this and justice. How much longer will we all be waiting for this?
Thank my honourable friend for raising this. The Safeguarding Minister takes this issue very seriously, and the way in which we cannot have issues around the criminal injuries compensation scheme being raised in court in a way that undermines the victims and survivors who have shown bravely that they are able to speak out about abuse that has haunted their lives for so long. We will look at this issue further.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this statement from the Home Secretary and that there will now be a national inquiry. Does the Home Secretary think that that will be finished within, let's say, 2 years for the British people? And given that she quite rightly apologised to the victims and survivors, will she now apologise on behalf of the Prime Minister who smeared and labelled those of us who called for a national inquiry?
Yeah. Well, he raises the issue about the timescale for this, and the in the discussions that we have had with Baroness Casey, and also recognising the many issues that people want to raise with an inquiry, we had expected that it might take around 3 years. Clearly, if the Commission is able to work faster than that, then people will clearly want answers as swiftly as possible. But final details about the timings will obviously need to be determined. I think we do need to make sure that we are both implementing the recommendations of previous inquiries and also making sure that we are pursuing these further investigations in local areas as swiftly as possible. And I do reiterate in my statement earlier the recognition of the huge harm that has been done to victims and survivors through decades. And I would urge him to look at that section of Louise Casey's report with the 17 pages of failure year after year after year to follow through and to take action. And I do believe that victims and survivors are owed an apology for that failure over very many years.
Lawrence Eshelome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say there are many issues in this House which we may disagree on, but an issue of this magnitude is something that should bring all of us as parliamentarians together to work to ensure we get justice for those victims. The Home Secretary has outlined the next phase of this, but if we're really honest with ourselves, for every victim who's come forward to share her horrific testimony, there are so many more girls up and down the country who have not come forward. So it's in their interest that we make sure we get this right as a country. The Home Secretary has outlined the issues around data and the lack of data gathering. One of the areas I've raised consistently is around criminal exploitation by gangs who sexually exploit young people and then use them to carry out their horrific county lines up and down the country. Does the Home Secretary agree that that collection of data must also lay with the Met Police forces, other chief police forces across the country and British Transport Police?
My honourable friend is right that so many victims and survivors don't come forward, and we need to make it easier for people to do so and recognise the scale of the abuse that takes place. But I agree with her on this really important issue about the county lines and the interaction between criminal exploitation and sexual exploitation. Too often the county lines and criminal exploitation is seen as an issue involving teenage boys, but very often teenage girls are also drawn in, and very often that also means sexual exploitation as well. I don't believe enough investigation has been done yet into this particular pattern and form of child sexual abuse and exploitation. As we strengthen the law on criminal exploitation of children, we need to make sure that this issue is properly pursued, as she says, as part of the data gathering, but further research as well.
Esther Magna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has been dragged kicking and screaming to deliver a national inquiry, having dismissed the pleas of a nation for one as jumping on a far-right bandwagon. This reluctance is why my honourable friend for Great Yarmouth will continue with his inquiry, and I will be supporting him in this. But can I ask the Home Secretary, will this government's inquiry investigate the political motivations behind the cover-ups, including the role of the Labour Party, or will this continue to be swept under the carpet?
What I say to the honourable member is I think everyone should want not just to get to the truth about past failures, but also to make sure that we make the changes to protect children for the future as well. That includes changes in social services, it includes changes in policing and the police operation that I hope that she would welcome to take action to put perpetrators behind bars, and also the action to gather proper ethnicity data, which simply has not been gathered properly before, and where Louise Casey's report is very clear. It is totally inadequate, the data gathering that her previous government left behind. So I hope she would agree to all of those being extremely important so that we can get stronger protection and truth for victims.
Elsie Blunder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's announcement that there will be a national inquiry. Every penny spent on stamping out the evil of child abusers is money well spent. And although welcome, notice of this inquiry will undoubtedly cause a great deal of trauma and distress for both historic and present-day victims as violations committed against them are revisited. As the honourable member opposite referenced, what steps can the government take to ensure that victims and witnesses have access to robust mental health support? And how can we ensure that our courts, as my honourable friend, the member for Oldham East and Saddleworth mentioned, especially in places like Greater Manchester, which face extensive court backlogs, are sufficiently resourced to ensure that at the end of this process, justice is finally delivered?
Thank my honourable friend for that question. I know she has championed victims and survivors in her area and community, and she is right to say that we have to make sure that victims and survivors get support. 7,000 victims and survivors gave evidence to the original Professor Alexis J. inquiry. That's why it's so important that they did not do so in vain, and we make the reforms and the changes for that recommendation. But she's also right to say we need to increase the therapeutic support for victims and survivors, and that will start with providing additional support for children.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. And one of the reasons 6 months ago in January I wasn't supportive of the strategy the government had was the fact that it couldn't compel local inquiries to bring forward witnesses. That is a key bit. Now, in listening to her answers very carefully, could she clarify, will those local inquiries be able to compel witnesses? Is it them? Is it the national side as well? And will those powers be used to ensure there is no stone unturned?
So the answer is yes, and I do recognise that this is an issue that the honourable member has raised. I did say back in January that I would undertake further work to make sure that the local investigations did have the powers to compel witnesses to be able to get the evidence. We have concluded, we agree with Baroness Casey, that the right way to do this is to have the national inquiry. So that national inquiry will mean that there are full powers to compel witnesses, to compel evidence in every local investigation that takes place. Those investigations will be directed by the National Commission, by the National Inquiry, as to where and how they take place to make sure they've got those full powers in place.
Chris Murray.
Deputy Speaker, the crime we are discussing today is not just an historic crime. It is happening right now out in communities, and we are failing to protect the current victims of this awful child abuse. So I welcome the new inquiry, but my concern is delay. We have had plenty of inquiries, task forces and reviews where the conclusions have not been implemented. My concern is that this new inquiry will monopolise our attention and not the focus on protecting victims right now. So will the Home Secretary commit that this inquiry will not detract or divert resource from the recommendations we know need to be implemented? And will she also commit that the child trafficking devolved pilot, which we know has been working for 4 years, will be rolled out nationally to protect child victims?
Yes, I can tell him that we are going to expand that, and also that we will not let up in the pace of implementing measures and recommendations. That includes the work the Education Secretary is doing already on mandatory reporting, mandatory sharing of data on children at risk, and also the unique identifiers, the work in the Crime and Policing Bill on mandatory reporting, but also, crucially, the police operation. So we have already increased the resources for the policing operations to be able to review closed cases. That is why we already have 800 cases identified for review. We expect that to rise very shortly to over 1,000 cases that were closed with no further action being taken, now being looked at again now, not waiting for the inquiry, but also taking action on them now in order to protect children.
Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable member for Sheffield South East and I are the sole members of the House that are still here that served on the Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee when we conducted the inquiries into Rotherham, both in November 2014 and March 2015. We heard from the victims then about the terrible abuse they'd suffered. We interviewed Dame Louise Casey at great length about her concerns about what was happening and what was being allowed to happen. And there's clearly something still going on, which is most prominent victims are young girls taken into care by local authorities from broken homes who've never experienced the love of a family. They then take a view that someone that gives them and expresses some form of love as being something they should like and enjoy. The reality is they're being ruthlessly exploited by individuals that should know better and are evil. The key here then is of concern is the lackadaisical approach that's been taken by many local authorities, social workers, the police and other bodies. And the concern that I have, and I'm sure other members have, and this is genuine, is that a local inquiry won't get those individuals who either turned a blind eye or actually participated in the abuse to actually give evidence. So will she ensure that those inquiries, witnesses called under oath, so that we can get to the bottom of this and make sure those people that turned a blind eye or connived are brought to justice as well as the perpetrators?
So I can reassure him that the point of having the national inquiry is to ensure that where local institutions are being examined, there will be the powers from the Commission to be able to compel witnesses, to be able to take evidence under oath, to be able to gather information, papers and evidence as they so see fit in order to make sure that we can get to the heart of institutional failure. But he's also right to say that this really is about vile criminals knowing when teenage girls especially, but when young children are vulnerable to the most appalling exploitation and coercion, the playing with children's emotions and vulnerability to draw them in to what is ultimately violent crime and the most terrible abuse. This does raise questions, particularly about the fact that the number of child protection cases identified around sexual abuse has dropped by social services. We are very concerned about that. The Education Secretary is now investigating that, and also the failure to share data properly around the children who are at risk, the ones who are going missing. It's the evidence from, I think, the work that he did and the committee did 10 years ago about missing children, about children in care. It's all the same evidence now. We've got to be better at pursuing that evidence.
Jodie Reid.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I strongly welcome the Home Secretary's announcement for an inquiry and its commitment to survivors. And it's absolutely right that the inquiry focuses on the local areas where we know survivors have been failed by the authorities which were supposed to protect them. But it's also essential that we draw the lessons for the whole of the UK. Earlier this year, Professor Alexis Jay from Strathclyde University warned the Home Affairs Select Committee that Scotland is not immune to this kind of organised abuse that we've witnessed elsewhere in the UK, and Scotland's victims and survivors deserve the same assurances of accountability and robust safeguarding measures as anywhere else in the UK. So can I ask the Home Secretary if she will actively seek engagement from the Scottish Government and offer its support and advice to help ensure it also wholeheartedly implements the J recommendations effectively?
I welcome my honourable friend's point. The Safeguarding Minister will follow up these issues with the devolved administrations. Obviously, she is right. Of course, this is a devolved issue for Scotland. Nevertheless, she's also right that this kind of appalling crime, this is happening everywhere, and this needs action everywhere in order to safeguard children and protect them.
I appreciate how sensitive the topic is, but longer questions mean fewer colleagues will get in, and obviously shorter answers from the Secretary of State will help as well. Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At one of my surgeries, I heard from a civil servant who had gathered evidence for the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse across the whole of England. They described themselves as being, quote, left emotionally and physically drained after collecting evidence, only for it not to have been acted on by the government. I welcome this government's acceptance of the 12 Casey review findings, but I ask the Secretary of State, will she assure my constituent and other civil servants that there will be no delay in implementing the findings of the IICSA?
Well, I can assure him we are taking forward the recommendations already. The Safeguarding Minister updated the House on all of the ICSA recommendations before Easter. Some of them require legislation, and that legislation is passing through, including passing through this House. At the moment, we will have further discussions on those issues later this week. Some of the issues are issues that we are able to take forward already, and we will continue to update the House on the progress on those recommendations.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this evidence-led action on grooming gangs? It takes courage to come forward and share deeply traumatic experiences. So will the Home Secretary confirm that this inquiry will build on the evidence and recommendations already collected over previous inquiries, investigations and reports, including the last national inquiry, which in 2022 produced this 200-page report specifically on grooming gangs and looked at over 400 recommendations that had prior to that already been made? And crucially, will she ensure that there is no delay to the action this government is already taken to bring perpetrators to justice, to stamp out these vile crimes and to protect our vulnerable children?
I agree with my honourable friend. We need to ensure that the 2-year inquiry into child sexual exploitation that was conducted as part of the Professor Alexis J review, those recommendations, we have agreed to implement all of those recommendations, and one of those on the aggravated sentencing for grooming offences we are taking forward as part of the Crime and Policing Bill. We are also introducing similar parallel arrangements for online abuse, because that online grooming as well, which obviously has escalated and accelerated since Professor J's work, we also need to make sure we're taking action on.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My Hillingdon constituents have seen the work over many decades the local authority has had to deal with child sexual exploitation and trafficking arising from Heathrow. One of the issues arising when I led the Local Government Association's response on this, when these cases first came to light, was the sharing of information. So will she assure the House that following this inquiry she will upgrade the status of the working together guidance, and in particular make sure those bodies accountable to the Home Office, like the police, understand and take it as seriously as other bodies do, so we don't see people falling through the cracks between agencies?
I welcome the honourable member's points on this. Baroness Casey's review does identify that sexual exploitation is a central part of trafficking and modern slavery as well. And I do also agree with him about the importance of the sharing of information. It's these basic things that just time and again everybody says the right words and then it just doesn't happen in practice. So we need the laws to change, but we also need systems to change to make it easier to share that information. We will take that forward both in policing and as part of the work that my honourable friend, the Education Secretary, is doing, so that it's much easier for them to share that information.
We're introduced.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that there was no vote previously on whether or not to have a national inquiry into grooming gangs? The vote was about having the safeguards of the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. And following the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse and the 200-page, which dealt specifically with grooming gangs, this government was right to have the local inquiries and to have the rapid national audit. And now that Baroness Casey has recommended a national inquiry into grooming gangs, the party opposite should be working with us for the sake of the victims, rather than attempting to score political points as the leader of the opposition did.
Well, Baroness Casey's audit that was conducted in just 4 months, but looked at some of the issues in considerable detail, but also sets out really the fact that we have had these 16 years of different reports and inquiries. That does include some of the issues around the 200-page report that he refers to and other reports as well. The crucial thing is that we need action. So Victims and survivors need answers, and we need to pursue serious failings wherever they are found, but we've also got to make sure that when recommendations are made, that they are implemented.
Minister Meddy.
We welcome the Government statement today and hope it will lead to concrete, properly funded actions. In February, Plaid Cymru amendments called on the Welsh Government to work with police forces on an all-Wales audit of child abuse cases across Wales, and it was backed unanimously. What concrete steps have been taken between the Welsh and UK governments since the passing of that vote to bring justice to these victims?
Well, the Honourable Member will know that there are obviously many of the issues around the social services provisions are obviously matters for the Welsh Government, but also issues around policing are covered by the Home Office, and that's why we have already been working with police forces across the country to strengthen the work of the Child Sexual Exploitation Task Force, to be able to look at different cases that have been closed, but also to strengthen their work with local partners in order to be able to pursue these terrible crimes. As part of the policing operation that will be led by the National Crime Agency and drawing on expertise from across the country, we will ensure that that also connects with the work being done by the Welsh Government, and the Safeguarding Minister is following up with devolved administrations.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Further to the quite pertinent comment from the Honourable Gentleman for Harrow East, the broken social care system for children in this country potentially is creating future victims today. And whilst a review at local level will look at what happened in the past, we need to make sure that we are doing our best to make sure that these crimes by appalling people aren't continuing in the future. So can the Home Secretary say a little bit more about what she might be doing with the Education Department to make sure that those young people who are being groomed online and groomed in public today can help spot those signs so they know to ask for help, and they can ask for help at the pertinent time, because otherwise, unfortunately, we may see this cycle continuing for decades to come.
Home Secretary.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend that we need the action across social services, and that's why the Children and Wellbeing Bill that the Education Secretary is taking forward is so important. The issues around the online grooming and the online exploitation are immensely important, and that is both about the abuse that stays online, often forcing children to get involved in the most appalling abuse and acts by that online blackmail and pressure and coercion, but also the way in which it's being used to provoke offline, to lead to then offline physical abuse and contact abuse as well. We are working with the National Crime Agency on new technology to be able to address this, but also with the Education Department on how we also build children's resilience in dealing with these crimes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, much has been made in the House this afternoon of the fact that a former Director of Public Prosecutions, now Prime Minister, instigated a prosecution against grooming gangs. That being so, he was clearly better placed than most of us to understand the need for the national inquiry that he so rigidly resisted initially. But I'd like to associate myself with the apology offered by the Right Honourable Lady to the House on behalf of all of us and all of the authorities that have failed young people so dismally. Those young people now want to know that they can have confidence and trust in the national inquiry and in who leads it. Can she tell the House who that is likely to be and what terms of reference they will have?
Home Secretary.
The terms of reference will be set out in due course. We have not yet appointed or determined the chair for the national inquiry, and we will do so and set that out for the House. But can I also welcome his response on the issue about national apology for over historic and current the challenges that have been led to victims just being let down through very many years. And I think his response echoes the way in which the whole House came together in 2022 around a similar support for victims as well.
Jason.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the EKC report and the new actions outlined by the Secretary of State today. I specifically welcome the requirement for collection of ethnicity and nationality data. The report refers to different and changing models and patterns of abuse. The Secretary of State will be aware there has been historic allegations involving grooming and sexual abuse of Sikh girls. So will she ensure that the requirement to collect ethnicity and nationality data extends to victims so that we can once and for all see the evidence for any model of this kind that exists?
Secretary.
My honourable friend raises a very important issue about victims, and very often victims in many communities he's talked about, Sikh girls, not feeling confident to come forward and feeling the sense of shame that prevents young people being able to ask for help when they need it. It's essential, therefore, that we strengthen the ethnicity data around victims as well as around perpetrators to make sure that victims and survivors in all communities get the support and safeguarding they need.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The official document published online by the government says the national inquiry will only, quote, coordinate a series of targeted local investigations. How many local investigations will the inquiry coordinate, and will it cover the whole of England and Wales? Yes or no?
Secretary.
The decisions about which areas are looked into and how many will be matters for the Commission. We envisage the Commission lasting for 3 years. I know the Leader of the Opposition suggested 2 years. We think it will need around 3 years to be able to pursue the scale of work that is needed. I think it is right that the final decisions are ones for the Commission, for the Independent, for the National Inquiry itself. It will be able to look anywhere that it wants to across England and Wales and be able to pursue the evidence wherever it sees fit.
Sam Carling.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Home Secretary for the robust measures that she's laid out today. Can she reaffirm the commitment that the Government made in January of this year that the ICSA recommendations relevant to the Home Office will be implemented in full?
Home Secretary.
Yes, I can. That work is either completed or well underway.
Al Pinkerton.
Mr. Speaker, in an era when information is increasingly contested and weaponised, political parties would do well to lead by example by providing credible information and avoiding the spread of disinformation, including about the events, proceedings and procedures of this House. Given that Baroness Casey's report addresses what is, frankly, a matter of the utmost sensitivity involving highly vulnerable young girls, can I ask the Secretary of State to ensure that the operation and eventual findings of this report are communicated clearly, responsibly and in a timely manner to the public, and that disinformation is actively countered to prevent political distortion, the incitement of harm and the further diminution of public trust?
I think I respect the really important points the Honourable Member makes, and that one of the issues, in fact, that Baroness Casey particularly raises is having inaccurate information, whether it be about ethnicity, whether it be about anything else. Having inaccurate information can cause huge problems, and the more that we make sure that information is robust, the better. Baroness Casey will also, as the Select Committee Chair said, be giving evidence tomorrow, and so people will also be able to hear directly from her as well as reading her report.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The victims and survivors of grooming gangs and CSE have been institutionally let down, and we must make sure they are front and centre in our approach. So can I join other colleagues in saying that court delays must be looked at? This is a particular issue in West Yorkshire, and it's traumatic for the survivors. And can I just mention Baroness Casey reports on the Smith algorithm which West Yorkshire Police developed, which brought hundreds of people in scope as victims and survivors and helped prosecution rates. So can I ask that best practice is shared?
Home Secretary.
Yeah, Baroness Casey was impressed by the work that West Yorkshire Police had done using what they called the Smith algorithm. It's included in her report, which looks at just risk factors, looks at children missing from home, or repeated missing episodes, children in care, children missing from school, and areas where there were high risks, and use that in order to identify people who might be victims of child grooming and sexual abuse and exploitation, and then to pursue that evidence. And it's because they have done that that they have had a series of effective and successful prosecutions that have put perpetrators behind bars. And I join my honourable friend in welcoming that work they have done.
Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I'd like to ask the Home Secretary, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the Sikh community that has come forward about historic sexual and child sexual abuse of Sikh women. And what they have said is these Sikh girls, when they came to the local authority, when they came to the police, when they've come, they were told, even by the media, that it was an ethnic problem, that was an Asian problem. And I welcome the fact that the Home Secretary is going to be recording data, but what data will that be, and how can Sikh girls who've been abused not be just told it's an Asian problem?
Yeah. Can I welcome the point that the Honourable Member has made? It's immensely important that victims and survivors in every community of every ethnicity are able to get justice, are able to get the support they need, and the issues around race and ethnicity are never used as an excuse to ignore victims or to fail to pursue criminals who are committing the most terrible crimes. We want to work with the police to ensure that we can also get effective data and effective recording on victims, but also to make sure that there are the right kinds of services and support in place so that every victim is heard.
Clive Efford.
Deputy Speaker, I'm shocked that the Conservatives don't seem able to recognise that they were in power for 14 years of the 15 to which Louise Casey refers to in her report. And if they were showing any kind of enthusiasm for an inquiry when they were in government, they would have called it. Now, can I just ask so we can dismiss them? Can I ask my right honourable friend, is she confident that we are getting the voice of the victims here? The victims, the parents and the children themselves. Well, we had a similar problem to this back in the 90s when I was in local government. We set up a thing called Childline to give a direct voice to young people so that they could raise their concerns. Does she think that we should have a similar thing here so that victims of child sexual exploitation can get their voices heard?
Secretary.
My honourable friend makes a really important point, and on the history and the action that's been taken, one of the things that Baroness Casey particularly criticises is a 2020 report that was produced by the Home Office under the previous government, because she concludes that the conclusions that it came to were simply not justified by the data, and that the data that was being gathered was inadequate. I think everyone should recognise that not sufficient action has been taken, whether it be on data, whether it be on sharing, whether it be on implementing recommendations. On the particular issues of victims and survivors, the Safeguarding Minister is doing immensely important work on this and is looking at ways to ensure that the victims and survivors' voices can be at the heart of the new national inquiry, and also at the heart of all of the work that the Home Office does in this area as well.
Sarah Ball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't believe I've actually heard an answer to a number of the Leader of the Opposition's questions, so I'll ask the Home Secretary again. When did Baroness Casey submit her findings, and did the government request any changes?
Home Secretary.
10 days ago, and this is Baroness Casey's report. This is her independent report, and anybody who suggests that Baroness Casey report would change her, Baroness Casey would change her views and reports for anyone has not met Baroness Casey.
Sean Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the pace and focus which the Home Secretary has brought to Baroness Casey's report, and she is right to highlight the risk of the unrhyme space and, of course, the rapidity by which that is now a focus. Can she give assurances that protocols will change according to that to ensure that we're looking for the information we don't know about, but also for survivors and victims of exploitation online, that if they have been criminalised, those cases will be quashed so that they're not carrying convictions for the exploitation they experience?
Home Secretary.
I really welcome the point my honourable friend has made about needing to ensure that victims aren't criminalised for the coercion against them, for the crimes that are committed against them. And it's that failure, I think, that tendency to blame victims for the appalling crimes committed against them that has been a pervasive problem through the years. We are looking further at the issues around the online grooming and exploitation. That is escalating. In a complicated way, it does also involve more teenagers themselves being involved in that exploitation as well. That is more complicated to identify where people are being coerced and where they are actually criminals themselves who are committing these crimes.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is amazing, it is staggering that the Labour MPs can come here today and welcome an inquiry when they was given the chance. They all voted against one. But these girls, these victims of the Pakistani grooming gangs, they were kidnapped, they were abused, they were drugged, they were raped. And when they reached out for help, everybody ignored them. So there's little wonder they have no faith in the system. But they can regain faith if the Home Secretary agrees with me and appoints Maggie Oliver as chair of the inquiry.
Well, I would say to the honourable member, the child sexual exploitation and abuse, some of the most vile crimes that our country faces. And what Baroness Casey's report sets out in some detail, set out over 17 pages, just report after report after review after report after review, and so many of those recommendations never implemented. So concerns that were raised at the time of the Rotherham inquiry about issues around ethnicity, about issues around lack of information sharing, about lack of protection for children, simply not acted on. And Baroness Casey herself says, if we'd got this right years ago, seeing these girls as children raped rather than wayward teenagers, then I doubt we would be in this place now. He was a member of the previous government that did fail to do this, and I would hope that he would agree that actually successive governments, successive agencies across the country have failed to act on this, and we need to make sure that there is a proper independent inquiry, as well as, most crucially of all, the action by police to take the operations that will bring perpetrators to justice and put them behind bars.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for bringing forward the statement today. One of the questions running through Baroness Casey's audit is why. Not just how the type of offending has been allowed to grow unchecked in our society, but what it is that drives people to commit these vile crimes. Can the Home Secretary assure me that the Government will commission serious, thorough, considered research into the drivers of group-based child sexual exploitation, including looking at all the issues around ethnicity and age? And will those findings be shared with the devolved administrations who, as we've heard, have not been exempt from these issues?
Yes, I can say to my honourable friend that we do accept this recommendation from Baroness Casey as part of her report. We will commission this research into the drivers of child sexual exploitation and also some of the wider drivers around violence against women and girls as well, so that we have the stronger evidence to keep children safe.
Sir Julian Smith.
Bradford and Keighley taxis operate in Skipton and South Craven. There's been some horrific cases in that area. Could she confirm that the inquiry will be not too restricted to Bradford and the bigger conurbations? And in the UK, we have a crisis in our inquiry system. They do all take too long. The COVID inquiry is still ongoing. It's an absolute scandal. Could she accelerate the timings, and would she give serious consideration to this public inquiry being held in the north of England?
Home Secretary.
So I do agree with him that there are challenges with inquiries that can take a very long time and can mean that victims and survivors, or those who are affected by the particular inquiry, can wait for a very, very long time for answers. That is why it is critical that actually we introduce and implement recommendations from previous inquiries, that we get on with it, that we strengthen the police operations now to put perpetrators behind bars. I can also tell him we will not restrict where the inquiry goes or where the Commission chooses to investigate.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the audit by Baroness Casey today and the government's instigation of the national inquiry. It must leave no stone unturned, it must lead to convictions, and it must lead to perpetrators and anybody complicit behind bars, where, as far as I'm concerned, they can rot. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is also important that in this most serious of issues demands serious and considered conduct from the people in this place. including not misrepresenting what happens here. Can the Home Secretary confirm to me that the reasoned amendment referenced by the Leader of the Opposition, if it had passed, would not have led to a national inquiry, it would have blocked child protection measures, and it weaponises child rape to go after cliques?
Home Secretary. Order. Home Secretary.
Well, I think we want to see action taken across the board in order to make sure that children are protected and also to make sure that recommendations are introduced. The Children and Wellbeing Bill that the party opposite voted against is the opportunity to implement two of the recommendations made in Baroness Casey's audit and in her report, and is right that we should be able to implement those changes in order to strengthen the protection of children and to keep young people safe.
Sir Alex Shalbrook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome a lot of what the Home Secretary said today, and she keeps referring to institutional failures. Now, in Bradford in 2020, a little girl, Star Chamber, was murdered by her mother's partner. And evidence came to light from neighbours, etc., and from social services that it was dismissed because they were feared of being accused of being homophobic because it was a lesbian couple. I've had issues in my constituency since the last election where worried about other labels that social workers may get. They have a tick box and leave the child at the bottom. So may I ask the Home Secretary that we don't lose sight that there is an institutional failing about people being afraid to offend one group or another, and often losing sight of the fact that the child is the most important part in this care service.
Home Secretary.
So crime is crime, and the safety of children should always be paramount, whatever the circumstances, and we always need to pursue the evidence. It's why the mantra around policing is to pursue the evidence without fear or favour, and that is the standard that British policing has long applied, and it is the approach that we always have to take to children's safety wherever issues or concerns are raised.
Jazz Athwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also put on record my thanks to Baroness Casey and the Home Secretary, the first Home Secretary in 16 years to come here with an independent review. These girls, now women, were abused, traumatised, and then re-traumatised again by a system that did very little to protect them or help them get justice. We should always put the lives and safety of young girls in front of any political concerns, and for that reason, I welcome today's decision. Would the Home Secretary lay out how predators and those who denied victims justice will be held accountable following this inquiry?
Home Secretary.
Well, it's clear that we need to ensure that recommendations are implemented. One of the conclusions that the Baroness Casey audit comes to is it says the timeline set out above, and this is the history of failed reports in the past, shows a pattern of case after case of offending that is prosecuted, reviewed, and then recommendations for improvement made and repeated, but not followed through. We become so used to hearing about these issues that they become more about justifications for failures than problems that need to be fixed. We have to make sure that these problems are fixed.
Greg Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Home Secretary's statement that those who are convicted of such crimes will not be able to take part in the asylum system. I would suggest to her that she may want to go and extend that to all crimes against the person. But the question that my right honourable friend from the front bench asked was, will she make sure that no human rights, fallacious human rights claims can be made so that these people cannot be deported if convicted of these crimes?
Secretary.
So we are strengthening the safeguards in the asylum system. I think the system that we inherited was too weak, didn't have strong enough systems both to ensure that the rules are respected and enforced, but also particularly to deal with issues around criminality and issues around public risk. So we are strengthening those safeguards, including the law around sexual offences, including too looking particularly at the issues about the way in which Article 8 is being interpreted. And also, we are strengthening public protection arrangements. So if there are any issues raised by the police or by others about any safety risk for anybody in the asylum system, we are bringing in new arrangements to ensure that there are joint public protection agreements and arrangements between the police and immigration enforcement to ensure that people can be kept safe.
Laura Kirk-Smith.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the clarity and the focus on action that the Home Secretary has brought to the House today. I spoke this morning to the father of a young woman in my constituency who was the victim of child sexual exploitation. He thinks this is the right way forward, but his concern and mine is for the victims and the survivors whose trauma will be opened up again by this process. As he put it, when you open Pandora's box, you've got to have the tools to deal with whatever comes out. Can the Home Secretary say more about the tools that she will put in place to support the survivors at the heart of this?
Secretary.
My honourable friend makes a really important point, because I think too often victims and survivors have been asked to tell their story, often to multiple different agencies, and then have seen no action, and it simply strengthens the distress that they feel. 7,000 victims and survivors gave evidence to the independent inquiry on child sexual abuse. So we will work closely, and the Safeguarding Minister will work closely as we draw up the arrangements for the national inquiry to keep victims and survivors in our minds. We need to make sure that they do have support, and that the points that she has raised on behalf of her constituent, for them and for their families, are properly taken seriously.
Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Home Secretary's statement, in specific allowing the NCA to head this operation with other partner agencies, of course working across all regions. As a barrister, I've spoken to many NCA officers and law enforcement officers. One criticism which is consistent is that they do not have enough resources. This is going to be an enormous investigation up and down the country. Will the Home Secretary assure this House that they will not be limited to resources which they need in order to complete this investigation?
Home Secretary.
Well, we have already provided some additional resources for policing to be able to undertake the assessment and the identification of cases that were closed that need to be reopened, or where other lines of inquiry need to be followed up. He will know too that the National Crime Agency already does immensely important work through Operation Stovewood around South Yorkshire, and also through the work that it does on online child abuse. What we need to do is to bring all the different programmes of work closely together, involving both the National Crime Agency but also the new Centre for Public Protection that we are setting up as well, which will be about setting new standards across the country and roll out the national operating model that all forces can then follow.
Dixon.
I'd like to start by commending the Home Secretary for the dignified way in which she gave her statement and her apology to the victims and survivors of sexual exploitation and grooming gangs for past failures. I'd like to associate myself with her apology. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome that the Government have accepted the recommendations of Baroness Casey's rapid audit and the announcement of a national criminal operation to pursue and convict perpetrators. Justice for victims of these horrific crimes must always be our top priority. West Yorkshire Police have taken a proactive approach to securing justice for victims. As recently as January of this year, 8 men have been given jail sentences of nearly 58 years for multiple sexual offences against 2 children in Keighley in the 1990s. Will she join me in commending the work of West Yorkshire Police in bringing perpetrators of these vile crimes to justice?
Well, my honourable friend is right to highlight the work of West Yorkshire Police. They have done pioneering work to find new ways to identify victims who may be at risk, to follow the evidence where you have repeat missing cases, and then also to be forensic and determined in the pursuit of action they have. And I would commend the work of the Assistant Chief Constable as part of this too. And it is learning from the work that they have done that we want to make, following Baroness Casey's recommendation, a central part of the national criminal operation.
Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the sexual exploitation of vulnerable children in this country is a stain upon our society. But the victims don't just want to have the truth out, they want transparency. And with that in mind, can the Home Secretary confirm that the government didn't ask Baroness Casey to change any elements of her report? Yes or no?
Home Secretary.
This is Baroness Casey's independent report. The whole point about asking somebody like Baroness Casey to do an independent report is that you know that she will come to her own conclusions, not anybody else's. As you will see, it has Baroness Casey's forthright style, forthright conclusions, and I think she will make clear in her evidence tomorrow at the Select Committee that these are her conclusions.
And Eldridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to pay tribute to victims, survivors and campaigners. I am 40 years old, and it has taken me to be 40 to be able to talk about some of the abuse that happened when I was a child. As one of the countless victims living with the impacts of grooming, sexual and psychological abuse, I found it galling to watch Tory and Reform members who never once lifted a finger. No, you didn't. You didn't. You didn't. Not one finger.
Order.
Shh. You didn't. You're talking through the chair.
Quick question. There are many colleagues hoping to contribute.
And appointing themselves as defenders of abuse for political gain. Does the Minister agree with me that neither history nor the British people will be kind to the sickening political opportunism we've seen from the parties opposite?
Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend for speaking out about his experiences, because to speak out as a victim of child abuse in this way is immensely difficult, and I think everyone should listen to what victims and survivors have to say. Can I thank him for speaking out, because by doing so he provides strength and inspiration for other victims and survivors across the country, and I pay tribute to him for doing so. He is right that this should be something that everyone can agree on, because it's about the protection of children, it's about the tackling of serious crime, and I would hope that is something that all of us can do with respect and together.
Julie Lewis.
Well, I hope something else we can all agree on is our admiration for former Labour MP Anne Cryer, who back in 2003, which was only 5 years into a 13-year-long Labour government, exposed what was going on and was disgracefully smeared as a racist for doing so. So let us belatedly make an apology to her and thank her for her courage.
So I do thank my former honourable friend, the MP Anne Cryer, because I think she did speak out, and she did stand up for children who were being abused. And it's because of that that I recognise, as part of the response that I made to the 2022 child abuse inquiry, and also again today, that this has been historic failure over very many decades. But just as I recognise that historic failure, and that should be historic failure that everyone recognises, I hope he will persuade his front bench to also recognise the historic failure and to also take some responsibility. It's really sad that the Leader of the Opposition did not choose to respond and to join in the historic apology that in 2022 was a cross-party apology involving the former Home Secretary. I'm really sorry that she chose not to today.
Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I'd like to very much welcome the Home Secretary calling a national inquiry. I'm particularly taken with Baroness Casey's first recommendation that children must be seen as children. I'm extremely concerned at the number of cases that she's identified that were dropped because these children were seen as consenting to sex with their perpetrators. Will the Home Secretary reassure me that these cases will be opened and looked at immediately and that we don't have to wait for the outcome of the national inquiry?
Yeah. I can tell my honourable friend that we're working with the Lord Chancellor on taking forward this recommendation now, not waiting for any further local inquiry. Baroness Casey is really clear that the adultification of children, treating them as consenting to something to which they were coerced and where they were exploited, lies at the heart of a lot of the institutional failure to take this crime seriously. That's why we need to change the law, but we also need to change attitudes, because some of the cases that Baroness Casey refers to were recent, and that cannot go on.
Jim Allister.
The Home Secretary refers to this as a national inquiry, but it's not, is it? Because its terms of reference and scope will exclude concern about grooming and organised sexual exploitation in Northern Ireland, whether by foreign nationals, by paramilitary groups, or by others. Is that less important to this government? And when it comes to the legislative change, increasing the statutory rape age to 16, will that apply across the whole United Kingdom?
Well, the honourable member will understand that the Home Office responsibilities around policing and crime cover England and Wales. The Safeguarding Minister will be following up with devolved administrations, and it will be for them to decide how they want to take these issues forward, and that includes in Northern Ireland as well. And the Lord Chancellor will consult in the normal way with devolved administrations on changes to the law.
Strathern.
Mr. Speaker, every and any instance of child sexual exploitation should shame all of us. But I think what so many of us found particularly horrific about the grooming gang scandal was the fact that these crimes continue to be perpetrated because of a failure to act by stakeholders and agencies who had completely undefendable preconceived notions about the victims they were speaking to. So I welcome the government following the evidence, not the politics, first in appointing Baroness Casey to conduct this review, but then in making sure we're not shying away from a national inquiry when she's called for one. But as part of this inquiry, will she make sure it has all the powers it needs to compel any and every stakeholder who played a part, potentially in walking on by from this scandal, to take part in giving evidence? And will she legislate where necessary to make sure anyone is accountable in front of the law if they've been shown to have played a part in ensuring that those victims didn't get the justice they deserved to begin with?
Home Secretary.
So my honourable friend is right that these attitudes towards teenage girls, towards children, and treating them as adults still persists. Baroness Casey quotes a serious case review of a case of a teenager online. She was just 12 and 13 years old, who was being drawn into the most explicit and abusive chat rooms and pornographic sites online, and that this was somehow treated as being that child's choice to do so, even though there was evidence around exploitation and crime taking place. We have to make sure that we do more to protect our teenagers, and we will bring in the mandatory duty to report to strengthen the law there as well.
Final question, Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Home Secretary for her statement and for changing her mind on the need for a national inquiry. She said the Casey report for the past 10 days. Could she lay out which evidence in that report was most persuasive to her in changing her mind, or if it was something that she'd reached a conclusion independent of the report, which factors led her to do so?
Home Secretary.
That is an important question. So we looked at, I took to this House in January that I would look further at how to make sure that local investigations had the powers that they needed to compel witnesses or to compel evidence. This was raised with us both by members in this House but also by mayors as well to ensure that it could properly get to the truth. So we pursued that. We looked at other powers around Local Government Act, around inspection powers and so on. All of those had complexity attached to them. So we asked Baroness Casey to look at this and also to look at the responses that we got from local authorities. So we looked at it, but we also asked Baroness Casey to look at that evidence as well and to make final recommendations, and that is why we have agreed with Baroness Casey's recommendations about having the national inquiry in place.
That is the end of the statement on the Casey report. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. If colleagues leave the chamber quickly and quietly.
Well, wow. 2 hours. A lot to go through. A lot to go through. The headline for me is the Home Secretary was asked at least on 2 occasions whether or not the government had attempted to interfere with the report. On both occasions, she refused to answer that question with a simple no. On 2 occasions, the Home Secretary was asked whether the government had attempted to interfere with that report, and on both occasions she refused to say no. And they've had it for 10 days. The findings are damning. They're still using the term Asian, which I find disgraceful. But I've also introduced the term Pakistani heritage. And we've got our national inquiry. We've got our national inquiry. And believe me, I feel it. I feel it when the leader of the opposition, whose entire party have been using my information for the last, since it started, stand up and share the plaudits and completely, well, I don't exist. So yes, I feel that. I now need to take stock of what I do, I think. Children as young as 10. Perpetrators walking free. Children as young as 10. "12 recommendations. I've looked at the report whilst I was waiting. I've glanced at it. 200 pages, 8 chapters, whole host of appendices. I need to go away and think what I do next. We've got this far. I've been erased out of history, out the history books, and we have, in terms of our numbers, I know, like I've said to you, we need 10,000 to rip this apart and to inform and shape the national inquiry. We've had something like 30 people, 40 people sign up since the Prime Minister was forced to make his announcement. just under 7 years of my life. I will leave it there. I think I'll go away, consider whether to come back and this evening and do a review of where things are up to. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed by the fact that we've got it this far. And I'm in shock at the government admitting children as young as 10. That they ignored children who were raped by adults, and apparently we've now got to change the law so it's not consensual. I never knew a 25-year-old or a 30-year-old or a 40-year-old could have consensual sex with a 14-year-old, so that's new to me. They don't monitor the ethnicity in 2/3 of the cases, and in the third of the cases that they did, the Pakistanis are overrepresented. And it's clear that the government attempted to influence and shape. If you are joining us late, first and foremost, I'd like to thank the people who have super chatted me for the last 4 hours. Was it 4 hours? 1 o'clock? 4.5 hours we've been on. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Leaf. Thank you, Roy. Thank you for Ryan for the £2. Massive difference, Ryan. Thank you, Lindsay, for the 100. Thank you. Sorry, I do know your name. I didn't want to say it. Thank you. And thank you, Martin, at the end. This is the link, direct link, if you want to support me. buymeacoffee.com/Recusant9, or there's a PayPal link there. My preference is that you sign up to Redwall and the Rabble.co.uk. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where to go. I think it's right Charlie Peters was recognised. I think it's right Maggie Oliver was recognised. Marlon, of course, is the father of Scarlett, I think, who blocked me, by the way, on X because he tried cozying up first with the Labour Party administration and attacking me because I called out Andy Burnham's cover-up. It's as if I'm this battering ram that people use and then discard. And I'm thinking, do I want to raise my daughter that way? Now she's old enough to understand what's going on. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it is.
Do not fear them. Do not fear any of them. Do not fear them. Do not fear any of them.